What's up, everybody? That was what I was waiting for. Notification so I can do a quick little audio check. So y'all just bear with me for one second. I think it's gonna be perfect, actually. That was quick. Hopefully. Stream is going good. Let me stop over the chat. Alrighty. Alright, so where do I begin? It's been a minute since I've done a heat stream. Ooh, actually, I need to hop over to YouTube. Give me one more second. As much as I would love to just sit here and do that, I know for a fact I should really be checking my YouTube. Do I do that? Can I not manage my stream from here? You know what? I probably need the other thing. There it is. So why is it only showing that? Oh, right, because I don't have a thumbnail. You're stupid. Sometimes. Yeah, I don't want to have to change the thing somewhere else. That's fine. I'll do it later. I can do it after the stream. It's not a big deal. So, background. Been playing Need for Speed Heat for like many years now. If y'all will recall, I used to do streams of this quite often. We're gonna hop right into it. I need money first. There's nothing in particular I really need to buy. Plus, a warm-up never hurts. But pretty much I was ranked 50, had our, we had a crew, an online crew back in the day. I pretty much spearheaded it to getting into rank 50. So we had all the buffs that you got with doing that race. Check my abilities, okay, yeah. Now, mind you, that was back when I was playing on a PS4. Let me just double check what I'm trying to do here. This is a good little race for some money. You know what? I'll do it. But I gotta go doing all the story missions again. Wouldn't be that big of an issue, trust me. But I'm still running a lot of the low end parts. You can see I'm not even ranked 400, so not ranked 400. What do they call that? I guess it's technically a rank 400. We can call that. Where I'm right now, it is hot. H-O-T, hot. As in, if I go outside right now, I get instantly irritated. So I've been trying not to move around too much. I had a little job to do today. First of all, I usually run this mission. One, it's a good opener once you're rusty. Mainly because you can just run this mission for money. It's 2 seconds away from the spawn point. But also the AI in a circle is kind of stupid. A lot of places you can just use to cut in to get that inner line. My favorite part though is, I don't know if it'll happen because I don't think I'm fast enough. I might be for the 3rd or 4th lap. Let's see if we see it. kind of a bug in this game, especially when you're doing certain races. If you're gonna lap certain characters, the game kind of just drops them in and you see it happen. So like it didn't happen there, but usually up ahead on this next turn, if you start getting like a bunch of cars, you might just see them kind of like spawn in a little bit and like drop in. Because you're already going fast, they're expecting you to like crash into them. Nope. Up your tuning a little bit so you were a little less torque, have a little bit more control at high speeds. Well, should be all right. If not, don't ever be afraid to cut the gas and keep that inner line. And yeah, no, my strategy in these is always, oh, I forgot, that's not the final lap. I took my hands off my remote. I was like already ready to like explain it like I was in the victory circle. But yeah, no. Ooh, excuse me. Boom shakalaka. Okay, you kind of saw it there. I don't know if you guys peeped it. They kind of just drop in sometimes. That's fine. Oh, now I went. Cool little 20. That was it, 20,000. Something like that. I'm gonna be real honest with y'all. This music I have on is not doing it for me. But I'm worried about putting on the game music, which honestly would be a lot better, but I'm pretty sure it'd be copyright because of the type of music it is. Let's check some of these missions. He wants us to do a driving story, which I pretty much have to do. Same over here. That's more of a drift story. I'll be real honest with you guys. I never got major into the drifts in this game. It's fine. Gives me something to work on. I'm gonna do the driving story first. Be a part of this little adventure. I think now that I'm playing on a next gen system, I might try to do more of that, because the PS4 was a nightmare for quick button impresses for like drifting. I think some people are really good at it. And if y'all want, I actually have a driving wheel for this I can use for this game, or Forza. Specifically was for Forza, but I used it for this before. I might do a stream where I use the driving wheel. Okay. However, I don't think you quite understand. Well, that was a mistake on my part, but whatever. I like the version of this race you have to do for one of the black market deals, where it's like they move both of the boundary lines in a lot closer, and it's like you have to complete, I think it's the 3 laps of the race with breaking less than 60 of the barricades. But the funny part is, I don't think there's any other racers during that race, so you just don't go that fast. I would love to do time trials with that, because that's usually my aim for most races. Like, how can I cut every corner, get a little bit faster, you know, try not to hit as many. That probably can increase the torque a little bit. I'll get a little bit more chew out of that. If not, I'll just have to break into that turn. I got one more time to show you guys that I actually can't. Like I was saying, I actually can do it. See, I'm just getting a little bit too showy right now. I mean, I'm still gonna win the race, but that was embarrassing. But yeah, I might stream this for a little while unless I get some inspiration to hop on to something else. I was playing Zenless last night and the night before, and I gotta say something. The amount of dialogue in that game is exhausting. Like cutscene after cutscene after, like, at a certain point I was just like, yo, I had to find the skip all cutscene, which is kind of sucks. Like I was somewhat getting interested in the story, but the amount of dialogue versus how much you get to play, it's just like, when you're playing the game, it's fun. I could also see how the game could get repetitive really quickly, but what the, ooh, okay, I just had a little accident right there and brought me to the party. That's all right. I'm taking this one down to the wire. Bro, I have you lapped out. If I didn't hit those two idiots, I probably would have had you beat much faster. Now I'm just doing this because you said you were gonna bring it down to the wire, and I'm not gonna give you that. Go, Buckaroo, wanna go? Oh, no, got lapped again. Listen. I don't mean to talk shit, but you suck. It's a fucking computer. It's a bot. It doesn't matter. You're meant to beat these guys. Doesn't matter. Just need to progress the story. But yeah, no. Zenless had so many goddamn fucking dialogue screens. I'm sitting there. I'm like, yo. Come on now. And then, and I get it. Trust me, I get it. Me and King were kind of talking about this the other night. There's a strong possibility that, like, I gotta do some of this. There's a strong possibility that ends up being, let me just check the prereqs for those. This needs 200, I believe. Yep. And where's her other mission she wants to do? Because there's 2. Okay, so they're both 200. Do that one first. That's not bad. All right, give me 1 sec. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. Yo, I'm back in the building. Yeah, so we're gonna do a couple more story missions. I'm gonna head back here. I guess technically I could just drive over there, but I'd rather turn in my money for right now and then hop in tonight. So daytime, for those of you who don't know, in Need for Speed Heat, daytime is like, you got the next level up. You do have the next level up. Ooh. I actually kind of want to give you that. Brakes would be nice. got enough. I'll increase it. I'll give myself a little bit of an upgrade over here. 6 pretty much means I should be sitting at a nice little buffer. All right, we're out here. We're gonna head to the next one. More show. But yeah, for those of you who don't know about Heat, very arcade style form of racing. The main gimmick of it is like the daytime is like money and more like, I guess you could say like sanctioned races. So the city cuts down, shuts down streets and whatnot. At night is street races. So there are people, cars are still on the road. Not that. Fast travel. Place a marker there, and then we're gonna fast travel. As long as I don't press RB the second I load back in, I should be all right. So, but at night you gain reputation, and that's what you need to progress your level further. The more you progress your level further, the more car parts and stuff. So it's essentially like leveling up, ranking up, whatever. But at night there are, policia. So if they capture you, you have a heat level that goes up, like in GTA, goes up to 5. They have a couple of unique variants of cops that will pop up. So Heat 1 and 2, you'll really just get the stunning cops, and 1 and 2 you should get the cops that just like speed into you. So kind of like, collision. They're kind of like, they're just like really fast version of cop cars, and they'll just keep pace with you. They'll keep knocking you and try to knock you off the road. Then you have 3 or 4, I believe is the Rhino. No, 3, my mistake. 3 or 4 should be bike traps. Then it's a Rhino. Rhino is essentially just a SWAT van that will spawn in front of your character and will be going full speed ahead to try to ram into you. Those things are really annoying. They're not hard to dodge once you get the hang of it. But during certain night races, like if you're trying to go after certain like heat parts, you'll understand like when we get to that point. Like high heat reward parts, like ultimate parts. Those bugs, like they start spawning them all the time because you have to be either heat level 3 or 5 in order to do those races. So the cops are bound to pop up. But there's a way to do it. Plus at night, it doesn't just end like that. You have to get back to one of your garages in order to really end the night. So if you get caught by a cop, you lose all that progression. Yeah, so as you can see, I got the skills to pay the bills. It's mainly just me getting back up to that rank. Oof. Okay. Was a hair too slow on that. If I would have been in my Ford GT, I would have been fine. This area is fun for certain turns and whatnot, but it's annoying because if you go off even a little bit over here, it's like mud and water. So your best instinct is just to play it a little bit more safe, because going off road when you're not meant to go off road is a pain in the butt. Plus, car coming ahead. I mean, much easier to just bash into them than to wait to wait the time for them to like keep following you, because dang, okay. No. Let's go race. Race goes to the best racer. Why would I give you that? Clearly, I'm the better racer. Look how far behind you are. Oh, thank goodness. I mean, they're still close enough to where they could cause me. Yeah, they're gonna cause me a problem. There's nothing I can do about that. And I want to ask y'all for that. If memory serves, it doesn't matter at the end of this one. It's one of these that doesn't matter.
Okay, you won. But last time I checked, it wasn't just me you had to beat.
See what I mean? So they'll be kind of annoying. I do have a health bar. Thank you. He's gonna be annoying. And the weird thing is there's a rhythm to it. Like in a second, they're gonna either rubber band as fast as me and they're gonna just bump me, or I don't know, actually beating y'all out for speed for change. Oh yeah. It's funny how it's actually showing the races as I'm still on the map. Ooh. The real question is, do I go for broke? Try to do 2 in one night.
That's just the start we wanted. Okay, you know where the next one is. You're waiting.
Not good. I mean, it's fine. It's gonna turn anyways, right? Oh no, it didn't. Surprising. Just sworn I would have. Now, if you're online, you can't stop it, but you know, you can kind of look at the road ahead a little bit. Like, is there any people driving up here? Close enough, but I should be able to get it. Now, I really don't have any repair kits right now. So if I find a gas station, I'll have to use that. You know, understandable.
Went easy on you. I don't play that way.
Went easy on me? You went easy on me. Okay. Other than the person who the story gives me to race with, no one else was even getting close to me, bro. No, you're talking smack for no reason.
Gonna make you wish you never showed.
Let me help you out with that. Yeah, am I maintaining a fishtail the entire time? Absolutely. Really need to get off this dirt. Lucky start? You talk a lot of junk for somebody who's behind me. Why don't you check your accelerator before you really start running your mouth like that, my guy? Matter of fact, boy, you're not after me. Oh, that's not fair.
I got a race on my hands.
I mean, you got cops in your hands, so you keep pretending like you're still in this race, but I think they just got you.
Just biding my time.
Nah, bro, the cops definitely got you. Because the game is scripted. The game is definitely scripted. Hold on. Yeah, buddy. They're not even gonna show the rest of the racers? Yeah, no. Bro. They got you.
Not over yet.
Bro, it's over. Come on. Seconds makes a huge difference in a race. Only way you can really make up time is if you're faster than me or if you're taking corners better than me. Either way, you're not making up that time difference, bro.
Come on.
You would literally have to be like on some nitro shit, going full blast at like 250 with no mistakes, no bumps, no nothing to catch up to.
Happen again.
Trust me, I know this.
How many to go?
Just one more. Her name's Jordan. She's good.
About you right.
Where is she at? Ooh, kinda wanna put that all in one.
You're on. Meet you there whenever you're ready.
Put it to the side for a moment.
You're moving up.
All right. Ooh.
Take a seat, help yourself to some coffee, and don't break anything that isn't yours.
Nah, but for real, this playlist is not doing it for me, bro. I need something with more. I need something more up tempo, more like I gotta figure out a better playlist situation, or just so I can shout out my bro, even though he's not here right now. Or I could ask King to make me some nice racing game loops and genres that I like. I mean, mind you, I could do what King does in some of his freedoms because he makes music. Yeah. My bad, my burps. I could literally just be playing some of his stuff right now, but I want to do that. I want to make sure I have the names and stuff that will pop up so y'all really know if there's anything that you guys find that you like. If you're interested in looking for some instrumentals, some beats, you know exactly where to go. Beatstars.com/Alex Nathan. But yeah, nah. Do we got pro tier wheels? We do have pro tier wheels. Yeah, now we're gonna do track tires. Thank you. I gotta be 23 to get the repair kit. What else you got for me? Both of those are good. My drivetrain is I got the money for it, might as well pay for it, am I right? I think my drivetrain is also both. This, I think I need to be 27. All right. So we are 23. Okay. So we're not bad. I just got to remember when it's time to swap these off. It's not telling me how much. Time is too expensive. I honestly would rather just, yeah, I'm just gonna have to save up when I get to here. Make the swap. I'll take all these off when I do. I'll make the biggest difference. All right, so go back out there. But yeah, no, I need something which is more of like a dubstep, hip hop, techno. Like lo-fi is good and all, but for this to hit the way I want it to hit, like, to be fair, there's probably a bunch of songs that I listen to, both dubstep and techno, that are probably not copyrighted, which does bother me as a creator, because like a lot of this is back in the day when people used to just make music and stuff and, you know, and put it on YouTube to try to get people interested, and like they didn't know about BMI, they didn't know about, you know, setting up their artist pages and stuff like that to make sure things are properly copyrighted. But I also want to make sure everyone gets their proper you know, tributes. In the names of my man, Killmonger. Hey, auntie. I apologize for people watching out there. Need for Speed when it's raining always is super artifacty on the streams. So my old streams used to be so butt. I really couldn't push the bit rate up high. My audio was all over the place. Now I think I've gotten a much better hang of it. Partly from, you know, leveling up and getting certain equipment. Well, if y'all have tuned in into seeing some of me and King streams, like, I think you know why sometimes I get a little like serious when it comes to the audio stuff, because I'm like, bro, excuse me, my phone went off. That's distracting. That's me trying to make an excuse for driving like an idiot. But my phone went off and I was trying to look at it. Don't be a distracted driver. One of the few races in this game, by few I mean like maybe like 10, that actually has like a jump to it that you can use. It's very rarely used in this game, oddly enough. Hey, I'm not gonna get
Outnumbered and we still win. All that matters is that place in the league, and we're still ranked to take it. For now. You hungry? I'm hungry.
cool. Like I said, this is all stuff that I need to be able to do. Keep everything moving. I don't know about y'all. I'm the type of person that's like, I can replay a game multiple times. It's very difficult to replay a game multiple times.
Hell no.
there, shit's like Christmas. Oh, I may have upped the fee.
Hey, we keep pushing like this, it's gonna blow up in our face.
Ross said go out and charge hard. That's what I'm doing. Trust me.
Yeah, well, then you're both a couple of dumbasses.
Watch your mouth, Torres. Him and me go way back, since before you were around.
You really think he's your
My
friend?
car in the background, just neon lights out there. Like, it's definitely not a racer's car.
You be careful. Two wheels ain't shit against four.
No mercy. Yeah, stereotypical.
I ate way too much.
Same.
Okay. That would be the closest garage.
How about we call
All units, some piece of shit has messed with my bank. Sweep west side, bust anything you find.
it? I think that's a yes. Still can't believe the amount of money he must be riding around with. So when you got a badge, who's gonna stop him?
Not me to do that. Not gonna be decent there anyways. As long as you don't turn this direction, I'm good. Listen, yo, I know you're gonna be like, oh, she just raised blah, 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 bro. I am not trying to waste my time running from the cops in this game, especially when it's built around one of the story missions. I'm good. These mugs love nothing more than it pull some bullcrap. Need for Speed is known. They're going to collect your buns. Especially if it's connected to a story mission. They're gonna collect your buns. All I'm doing is making sure I get through this night.
We're never gonna make the leap.
Should have been a rank up to 20. Yep.
I've told you due for some serious.
Car is unlocked.
Check out the new car.
Chevrolet Bel Air 55. Nissan Skyline GR 71. Boy. So, I don't really think there's much else I can do. Good daytime. I really should push for getting to level 23 so I can get the new engine. That might be what I'm gonna go for. I do know I'm gonna need cash for that. You get a little bit of cash from doing night reputations, but yeah, like this one. Okay, so that's not happening. What other races can I do real quick? That's kind of up my alley. That wouldn't be too bad. do a couple races during the day to make some money, and then what I'll do is I'll go and I'll do some night races to kind of level up my reputation. While it's right here, I'll collect it. Mind you, like I said, I've already done all this in another game, and you know what's really dumb? You know, so like I said, we had a crew before. Me, King, a friend of ours named Isaac were in the crew. So, and I was really the one playing the game like constant, like all the freaking time, right? So it's like I got us to rank 50, like maxed us out, all that other stuff. You know, I'd already beat the game. I found I found all the collectibles, all the flamingo statues, all that stuff, all the spray paints. I was still working on doing all the events. Most of the speed traps, I think, were done. The jumps were done. The billboards were done. It was a lot of like the drift missions that I always struggled with. And then there was like 1 or 2 speed traps that had me stumped. And I remember there were like people talking like, oh, you can kind of get it if you do like this type of thing. Cool. So I'm still working on it. Right now, I'm gonna grab that. But now it's gonna be like, now you gotta get 150. But now I gotta do it all over again. Now, this entire time, I've been looking at this race and it said it was a 240 race, and I'm only 234. Because the entire time I've been looking at it, I think I've been looking at it wrong. It's a 240 race, isn't it? All right. Even if y'all are slightly faster than me, corners, you can make up for a lot of time, especially if you're being a little bit of a bully. I'll eat this corner. Thank you, buddy. My pinball tactics. And the thing is, straightaways and stuff like they can definitely catch up to me. They have that in speed. I have them in turns, and there's a lot of turns in this race. Plus, there's no car enemies to worry about, but the speed loss from going off-road, that's one of my biggest concerns. I need to stay on asphalt this entire race in order to keep my lead going, even though now I actually have pretty comfortable lead, so I can chill out on some of the, well, not too much, but I can chill out on some of the, you know, tactics to break corners. As you can see, that character is pulling up quick. The other thing is, like, going around corners, you know, this is where drifting becomes such a key component of most races. You tend to lose velocity going around corners, and you have to make it back. But if you're constantly drifting around corners, you try to lose the least amount of velocity as possible. So that means trying to reduce the amount of friction that's happening to the tires, hence why people usually try to drift. It's allowing the tires to keep spinning at a high velocity without allowing them to make its full contact with the ground. So you're able to move laterally or in an arc without actually having to turn the car. So now in this way, the car is making an arc movement, but you're losing less velocity if you just were having to turn the wheel to make that same motion. This is very technical of me trying to explain drifting around corners to maintain velocity in a video game. Trust me, I understand what I'm talking about. It sounds crazy. I'm a little bit crazy. But that's how much I go hard in racing games. To the point where it's like, I know the only reason why King will actually race with me is because he knows it's like, sometimes I'm gonna do it in other games. He's like, I'm just giving this win. It's the same reason why, like, I'll be real honest with you guys. He's been very nice about it over the years, but I know he wants to play either Mortal Kombat. I know he wants to play a Dragon Ball Z fighter game, even if not fighters, because he would own my face in like 3 seconds. Watching him play fighters or any of those, bro, combo games like that is definitely like, King got that. Now let me just double check myself. It was 240, wasn't it? Yeah, okay. That like, for whatever reason, my brain wasn't comprehending the pink pause. So like my brain was just like, oh yeah, no, it's fine. Totally figured like that's saying that I'm not a high enough level, shouldn't be high enough level. Still pulled it up. Skill over just using, you know, the built-in upgrade mechanics to push your way through. Bitch.
Stop your car.
Here's my favorite part. I don't have to go very far to lose y'all.
Be advised, 4223 is in pursuit. All available units, please respond.
Control, I can't see the subject yet. 4220, I've got visual. Resuming pursuit.
Wow, you really want this. Y'all really want this.
Help for ongoing pursuit is incoming. QRS.
Patrol, we've lost sight from the subject. 4220.
And
Got away. Last seen heading westbound through Cape Castile.
Be advised, pursuit units have lost.
I think that's the most a cop has ever chased me in the daytime. Most of the time, like, they don't bother you and they lose interest really quickly. There go. Yo, bumper cars is such a mean thing to do in a race. Awful. I was a split second too early. First of all, no one's fucking with my Nissan. I'll do this. I'll do Rare Bear. I got a couple races I can do right now. These are like my go-to like money races. And the only reason why I didn't do the arena race when I first came out for the day is because like I always do that race a million times. I'd rather not do it on stream. I'd rather do different races on stream because I know for y'all that's just gonna get boring. It's not a hard race. It is literally go around in a circle. I would much rather show myself getting these turns, these timings now than going around in a circle and being like, yay, he went left again. Like, I'm not gonna do that. I promise. I promise. If you do see me do it, it'll probably be like once or twice. Wow, twice during stream. And that's usually because I'm trying to pay for something and I need just like whatever little bit more, and that's the easiest race to do to get that little bit extra. Any other time, you'll catch me doing other races out in the world because, you know, obviously y'all can get to see some different races and get them, you know, different feels and stuff like that. As for night races, I'm not sure, actually, to be fair. And I think that's probably throwing off a lot of you people. If you do play Need for Speed Heat, you're probably like, dude, where's all the rest of your HUD? Where's your position and the little icon that tells you what turn? Okay, I turned all that off. I'll leave my speedometer because that's kind of useful to have. I'll leave the mini map, and I'll leave the turns that pop up on screen. But in terms of the place that I am, sorry, you can tell when you get close to a car what place that they are. And like I said, if I'm not first, I'm last. So I'm going to I'm always going to aim to be in first place. So everyone else is. Ooh. Now, miss, Jesus, that was ugly. Or y'all let me know, should I need to buy an off-road car. I've been waiting a little bit. Why are you asking these questions? Perfect. Hold on. I just have to check something, yo. Let me see cash out. Can't believe I haven't done that yet, actually. Even though I think when I pick it up, it's gonna be like, now you gotta do these races in order to do blah, blah, blah. I'm like, all right, probably not gonna use it. I think it's an Aston Martin. Could be wrong about that. Rare Bear. Like I said, another one of my go-to races. Oh, I gotta do it at night. That's no fun. That was stupid of me. Yeah, a lot of this race I can do in my sleep. What I was actually thinking of, I guess I can turn off this lo-fi because I'm gonna be real honest with you. Normally I would be a lot more aggressive in some of these races. You know, not that I'm doing bad, but this smooth lo-fi is just like, it's not aggressive enough what I need to be doing races, especially if I'm gonna do some more night races. Like I need for my heart rate to get up there and actually start doing some of these turns and these breaks where I know I can. So I was just thinking about ways to fix the music situation, and obviously I won't be able to fix it for this stream. But what I could probably do even though it's not gonna really benefit y'all very much. I'll just turn off the lo-fi. I will literally put my earbuds in and then just play music off my into my earbuds while I'm playing, so at least I can hear it. So then I'll be a little bit more focused on the race. I'll be able to, I can multitask with that. That's not a problem. Like, I really don't need to hear myself so much as I need to, or like having the music playing is going to be way more useful for me doing these night missions, because it's like, I don't know if y'all watch Blue Lock. Shout out to all my anime heads out there, but I need to be in the zone. That was an ugly turn. Hold on. Da 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 da. You don't think I'm gonna catch you? Boy, I do this all day long. Oh, cool. I thought I was on my second to last. I didn't realize I was on my actual last. All right. Back in the day. Yeah, no, I gotta get this. So sorry, buddy. I'm so sorry. But I can't. I just can't. I physically can't. I'm not sponsored. Shakalaka. You know what? I'll put on shuffle. That works. What do I want to do? No, not that. Wrong button hitting ass. I got enough. I got enough. Instantly, having my playlist up has already improved my mood. That is how quickly proper music affects racing. You know, I'm crashing at everybody. Aston Martin DB11 Volante ready for pickup. Harbinger Sworn hit league has slot. Those help on stolen on smart. Hunt down these responsible, retrieve the prize possession before it vanishes forever. All right.
Hey, I got my hands full, but make yourself at home.
How was that? No. take damage reduction. Walking line. I'm gonna go after this Aston Martin. I gotta race this thing. Or is this a simple pick up and drop off? Forgot I made my character was an Uber. And he doesn't have that tracksuit on. I know that for a fact.
Nice wheels. Okay, the client on this one is a league member, so they're gonna expect the best, and you're gonna need to bring it if we have any hope of tracking down this stolen car. Now, we got a location for where the DB5 was taken. I've got a contact who works for the building security down there. They've stashed the CCTV footage from multiple cameras. You just need to collect it. Oh, and our boy wants to know I got someone legit on the case. So first, you gotta put on a little show.
So my past 3 traps on 130 place. Okay. What's this speed trap over here again? Can't even check it. Yeah, I would love to keep doing this race like this. I'm gonna bring this back to the L Shoppington. I don't see me racing in this one tonight, homie. I gotta do a whole bunch of stuff to this car before it's race worthy. And given the fact that it was struggling to get up to that 130,
Keep on it.
You
Yep.
qualify for some more upgrades. See what you
like
want.
I said, I remember these. So I gotta go back to my ride. It's funny because like literally this is the only other car I have. Yep, go back to my car. I'm not using that car. But that's what I have now. Okay. Well, I already have a new auxiliary. What? Oh. Like I said, though the Aston Martin missions are fun, but I need to be a higher level for that, so I can actually kit out the ride the way I need to kit it out. Oh. All right. But yeah, King said he might hop on in a little bit, yo. I don't know if it's to play Heat. I guess we could talk about that when he hops on. We might be swapping over something else. But yeah, I'm gonna do some night races. To be real honest, I don't think I'm gonna want him to hop on Heat because it honestly makes it that much harder for me to level up. Because when you're online, you can't pause at night. So like the cops are always moving. I'd rather just let because he's still using the old account that we had when we played before. So he's already maxed out for the most part. And because we're not in the same clan together, it's next to impossible for us to do shit together anyways. And I wouldn't want him to just leave the clan we made before, because I physically can't join back into it. That was so the game is cross-platform, but the clans are not, which is stupid. So I couldn't rejoin our clan and get all the perks and buffs that I worked so hard to get initially, because now I'm on Xbox versus before I was on PlayStation.
This got even more exciting. Going after a hotshot, a Nissan 180SX. I'll take him off the streets.
All units, we've got eyes on a suspect behind the wheel of a Nissan 180SX.
I love this race actually. I'm not taking the jump. There's another race over here that's kind of similar to like this, but it goes in the opposite direction, and there is a jump that I like a lot more. Mainly because there's like this almost full circle drift that you can do, and if you come into it with the right amount of speed, it's such a satisfying drift when you hit it right. Like right now I only have 2 nitrous boosts. When I get the full 3 pound 5 times, like doing crawls, like climbs like this becomes so much more fun, because I don't have to lose that, you know, whatever that was, 10 miles per hour trying to climb up this thing and hitting a drift. I can just hit a drift into a nitrous. I call it mountain goating, because you can literally just sit there and you just keep hopping up. As for dodging cars at night, if I could give advice on that, You just have to race at night. You will get a sense of the how it's like the pattern that most of those like the cars hit. Like there's often times when because like the elevation change, like, oh, there's not gonna be a car coming. Bank that there is. If you think that there's gonna be a car there, just don't go that way, because the game's algorithm is trying to fuck you over, and there are ways you can get around it by just like anticipating the car that's there. Like you'll see a lot going into night turns, like there are big like slow arch drifts, and there's a car that you're about to pass in your lane. Just assume that when you can pass it, there's gonna be another car coming to oncoming with, and like you think you can thread that needle. One in every like 6 times will you actually be able to thread that needle. Most of the time, it's that car is just gonna be going just fast enough to where you're really not gonna be able to thread that needle. So it's like, don't even try it. You know, I know it seems like oh yeah, I could just like, no, don't try it. And that's why you take damage reduction. Essentially titanium right now. It's useful, especially, it's more useful at night because of the cops. Let's keep it a buck. The cops are super annoying. Especially as you push yourself into higher heat levels. Like I want to try to end this on a heat 3 or heat 4. Because then I'll get my, you know, the decent bang for your buck. The only time I see it worth it ending on a heat 5 is if you're going to get a volatile part, which is like the ultimate part. Because you have to be heat 5 before you do those races. Okay, I saw that coming, and I just didn't react in time. I know y'all want me to do that jump. I'm not doing it. That jump usually fucks you up in this race. Like I said, like there are places in this game where the jumps do come into play. Majority of the time, they don't.
Don't try to run. Control, got eyes on the subject's car again. The chase is on.
Johnson, the attention you're giving him. Come on, move it, everyone. I want him caught this time.
What happened? I don't know what just happened. I lost game audio. I got 0 game audio right now coming out of my TV. What the hell? I mean, I don't really need it to play because I used to play at night with no audio, but I want to know if it's coming through the stream. Oh, oh, oh. This might be an issue with the game itself, y'all, because we just lost. Oh my goodness. If I wasn't streaming, I don't think y'all would believe me. Um, uh, ooh, what is going on? Where's that go? No, let me guess. You go. Yeah, that's kind of the one I want. I don't know what is actually happening. Hold on for 1 second. Let me just check something. Yeah, I'm gonna have to say I think this is an issue with the X. Okay, I'm definitely running into something there. I'm gonna be real honest with y'all. I don't know what happened. I'm gonna attempt to do this race. I don't think this is a good idea. This is definitely like an issue. I'm hoping it resets itself because this is probably means like I have to reset like the whole Xbox. I've never had this issue before. Where there's like all the buildings, the graphics all dropped out real quick. Like the Elgato's not picking up anything either, so it has to be. I don't think it's an issue with the Elgato because then I wouldn't be getting playback because you're still being able to view it. Even though my Elgato is shot, which is one of my goals is to try to get a new one. Which I did some work last week. I think I might go ahead and just pick it up. There's something else I want to grab though, but I might just hold off. Because in all honesty, all right. Boom. Yeah, you don't know what song I'm listening to, which is fine. Yeah. Yeah. I think the game crapped out on us, yo. That's the only reason why I'd still be going through this. Why? Nothing went. What? That's just a crappy way to lose the night. Because unless I go back to a garage, I literally don't get any of that XP. Which is only 2 races worth. I understand that, but at the same time, like I'd rather get busted up by a cop in the game than to sit here and lose it because the game malfunctioned. That doesn't sit right in my gamer spirit. I'll give it a minute. I'll see if it will try to snap back. Ooh. Doubt it though. I doubt it. I doubt it's gonna come back. It's unfortunate, but hey. Mm, 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 mm. I mean, again, this might just be after where I am the stream tonight. I know King said he would hop on in a second, but it's been a couple seconds, and quite frankly, uh, all right, guys, I'm gonna try salvaging the situation. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Alrighty. Yep. So we just lost all of that progression, which, you know, it's a little annoying. Not gonna hold you. Good on that. That's funny. So it actually doesn't so it count that I've done those races, but it just doesn't count that I got credit for doing them. I don't think. I'll have to go back and look at the footage. I don't know what happened. If I wasn't streaming, I don't think it, like, there's been bugs in this game. I think one of the more notable ones that I've come across is there are times when you'll hit certain terrain and the way your car flips out is just doesn't make any sense. Like the collision on it is just broken. Okay, hold on. All right, Celeste, this is not. All right, that's better. The funny thing is, I was waiting for a message all day. I was supposed to go hook up a new audio interface at my church, and they just never we were supposed to get the stuff today. I guess it wasn't coming in today. Getting a new PreSonos board, 24 channel rack mount, and we're gonna have it routed through an iPad so I can control it from the back of the building. So, you know, because right now we've been using a Samsung 36 channel analog board. That mug has so goddamn many. Do it. So many shorts in it. It's old. Been kicked around a bunch. And I don't know exactly what it is. It kind of looks like either melted plastic or like tar. But I know it's not tar. It would be absolutely insane if it was tar. But it's like little droplets of this like hard black goop that is on the board itself. That's why I say it's probably plastic. But yeah, it has several shorts in it. One of the most notable ones is it will randomly change its amplification, which any of you who do like any type of audio mixing and shit will know, like that's super nice, especially during live performances when like people are singing and all of a sudden now it's like you have the levels and everyone's EQ set and now it's just belting. I'm like, oh wow, that's not fun. So, but not to really like toot my own horn here, but a little bit of credit, you know, does go a long way. I've been working off of that Samsung board for over a year now, with the short, knowing that it, like, cause we've known about this short for years. We just left it alone. Like, we weren't even using the board at the time. Then we got back, we got a new church building, and we had to route things differently. So we brought that board out of storage, and yeah, same problems as before. The board has a short, but because of the expenses, I'm not trying to say anything bad about my church, but because of their expenses, they things are tight. And like, I will say this, I'm the type of engineer who works at what level you guys are at. I've worked a lot of jobs. I have skills under my belt, but to me, it's like, once you start doing media production, like, you know, there's this level of where I'm just doing gaming stream, but then there's also like, hey, I'm gonna do corporate interviews, or I'm gonna do voiceovers, or I'm gonna do A&R, I'm gonna go do, like, there's so many different things, marketing, promotions, PR, like, you come in at a whole different level. There's a bunch of stuff that I just don't ever post about me doing, except for maybe a couple things I'll add to my resume and my reel, just because, one, I have NDAs. A lot of companies that we do work for, they are running campaigns. These are promotional campaigns. There's thousands of dollars behind this stuff. No, they don't want no 31-year-old guy from Connecticut talking about the stuff that they hired him to shoot, because they want people to get their information from one place, from them. So it's very common in this industry for people to sign NDAs about project, and I can't post about it. I can talk about it, but I can't really talk about it on streams. Like, I can't talk in specifics. I can say I've signed NDAs. I can't say who I've signed NDAs with. Like, I remember, this is already, the NDAs is long past, because they have a deadline, or it's just like a, you can't talk about this period. And this one had a deadline. It was 5 years, 3 to 5 years. But I was working for ESPN one summer, specifically for the Ball Up or And One street ball competition league, and we were going to different cities. Now, normally what they do is they hire crews in those cities, and they're one-off crews, right? It helps keep their overhead short. You know, other than producers, maybe a cam op, but you know, executive producers, like, they're like gonna be pretty stable. Everyone else is just one-off. Me and a friend of mine, Ty Stone, went out. We actually went out with another person, but they didn't end up getting the same deal that we got, which was, we initially went out for, the first one we did, I believe, was in Maryland. And we were in this high school, and we were doing it, they're having the street ball competition in high school. And when I got there, like, I had to hand in, like, I had to do an interview beforehand, but I had to hand in all of this paperwork when I got there, and they were the NDA form. It's one, like, they will have you sign it usually twice. One is because it's like, while you're in the interview process, they're like, hey, anything we talk about in this interview process, you know not to talk about, right? Then the next one is, hey, you're specifically on this team now. That means that we've given you, you know, a small molecule of responsibility. Now you definitely can't talk about it. Like, the stakes have jumped up there, and because the stakes have jumped up, we're making you sign a game that you understand that now, you know, before an interview, you were just a liability, depending on, we're talking to you about something we might be hiring for. Now that you've been hired, now the consequences, the litigation attached to those consequences are higher. So we really gonna make sure that, you know, we gotta resign. All well and good, right? So like, I do that. I don't let it it doesn't bother me to do that, right? Because like I said, I've done it enough times. It was a super great experience. Loved it. Absolutely loved it. It was funny because that was one of my early experiences doing like live content like that. And it, oh my God, y'all don't understand. Like, there are a bunch of times when you're doing live work like that that you'll have some person who, like, you're never gonna like your employees, but you're always gonna have people who are gonna be lazy. And I think that's also the main reason they don't tell people they're gonna keep them on for multiple shoots, because like also they're traveling. So like we did one in Maryland, but then there was another one in New York. Like I said, like 3 of us went out there, only 2 of us got offered to go to the next one. So we drove out to Maryland, we did the thing, it was overnight. I'm not gonna share any of the stuff, but like I got to meet the and one ball up team, like 3 out of the, like, I think it's like 7 members, but I got to meet like 3 of the guys. They're pretty cool. Giants, absolutely giants. I met this kid, like I'm 6'3", 6'4" on a good day when I've done my stretches. When I tell you this kid, I think he was like 14. Like at the time I was like 23, 24, 25. This kid was like 14, like 7 foot something, just tower over me. And like, whenever I retell this, I'm always like, now I understand how other people must feel next to me, because he's just tall and there's nothing I can fucking do about it. It's like, it's different when you go by someone who's like kind of close to you in height and you feel like, man, I would be taller than him, blah, blah, blah. Like what? No, there's just absolutely nothing. Doesn't matter what I could do. Like I will never be taller than this individual. But it was cool. And the guys were like super talented. And I do like watching like normal basketball, but street basketball is a whole different beast. Like these guys are going hard. They're all like low key, like you hear big names in baseball of like people who are like, and you know, he has the ball and they're expecting like Steph Curry to make the 3-point shot. Like just imagine everyone on the team is that level of like showy and like, you know, this is his signature, you know, fadeaway shot. Like every person is a little bit of a ball hog, is a little bit of a showboat, and in a beautiful way. Not to mention they get a little bit more physically aggressive. Like you can nudge people, you can bash into people, like you can kind of do that in normal basketball, but like if you knock someone to the ground, they're gonna call foul and you're gonna be out. The only time they're really gonna call foul if people start throwing hands. Like, and like obviously they're not like trying to let it get to that place, but they realize there's a lot of people out there that their first taste of basketball was playing street ball, and the rules are different. So smaller groups, really intense, like people, like you're not really swapping people in and out like that. Like your group is your group. You're gonna do that. So during this competition, they were traveling to different cities to pretty much, you know, find the best crews from around America. So we ended up going 3 cities. I went to Maryland, I went to New York, and then I did Chicago. And it was a blast. Maryland and Chicago are probably my favorite, but New York I think had the best. I got more responsibility in New York. Like I was like, because it don't matter whatever place I've ever worked at, like I have like rules that I usually try to live by pretty heavily. And one of like the biggest ones is like, if it's not my money, you don't have to worry about it around, right? Like while I'm working legal jobs and I'm being like an actual upstanding member of society, like I don't touch shit that's not mine. So, you know, I worked at, I can go in depth about that in particular. But like, that's my, like, kind of like a golden rule for me. It's like, hey, it's not your money, like leave it alone. Like, hey, this is not yours, like leave it alone. Like that type of thing. Trying to see what else is out there. I could do that one, I guess. So yeah, they started like, they gave me their corporate card. They're like, hey, can you go run out and grab this stuff? I'm like, cool, no problem. So I'm running out in New York, grabbing, You know, we needed cables, we needed SSD cards, we needed, like, I had to grab like coffee and stuff. Now mind you, like, I was a second AD and a production assistant, and the second AD was added that shoot. So pretty much second AC, not AD. Second AC is assistant camera. So you have your cam op, you have your first AC, which usually was doing pull focus, which is important in events like that, because oftentimes like your camera op is making sure like this shot is like set up and steady, and then you have someone else doing pull focus. Second AC was handling like cards, like making sure that we had like batteries were swapped out, because like during that event we are live streaming, but they're also recording, right? So, and we had multiple camera groups up, so I was running in between. Yo, what up, King? I had multiple whatchamacallit? I had multiple camera groups that I had to keep running back and forth in between. So one of the things that I kind of, I do have a Heat 3. Okay. But yeah, so like I said, I had to actually, okay, let me get out of here first before I start rambling on too much. Like they would send me out and stuff. I had to run back and forth, make sure everyone had everything. And like I said before, they wouldn't constantly hire people for multiple cities. So my travel had went up, but they were like, hey, you know, you got to pay to get out here, but we'll reimburse you on top of your day rate and stuff like that. So I say all that to say, like, when I doing work, like, I have my accreditations. I couldn't speak about that. Like I said, 3 to 5 years. That's normal in a lot of situations. So even now, when I start talking about doing work, I tell people, like, I'm going to meet you where you're at, because I know you don't have, if you don't have the money for it, like, I don't want you to be without a production. I don't want you to be out like the services. However, like, maybe you won't get 4K, right? Like maybe you're going to get 1 camera. You're not going to get a 3 camera setup. This is also, that's a common practice. That's called budgeting. And the one thing I hate about where I'm from, Connecticut, is really lousy for people in terms of like self businesses. Like, oh my God, everyone's out here to make such a quick buck for doing next to fucking nothing, to the point where it's like, you know, they want the world. And I'm like, okay, but you know, what's your budget looking like? Oh, I have $100. Dude, there's no way in hell I'm gonna give you 4K with multiple cameras plus full graphics for $100. How about this? We do 1080, you know, we'll do an hour. We'll try to figure out a narrative to kind of shoot, but like, we're just gonna do it kind of on the quicker side because your budget, oh, well, you know, I don't know why you just don't want to shoot it. Bro, it's a business. The way I always put it, because technically media production falls under a trade. If you went to a contractor of the trade and you were like, hey, you know what I'm really thinking? I'm thinking I want you to redo my bathroom. I want a brand new backsplash on my kitchen, all new appliances, and I got 2 nickels for you. That contractor's gonna laugh in your face and tell you to like stop talking to me. It's appreciate you, King, for appreciating the Nissan. He said nice whip. But yeah, again, like, the work comes with a price tag, and I can break it down. Like, me and King used to be a part of crews that would go and help new artists. It's still one of the things that we try to do. We do meet up with people, but we have to come with it. We have to let them know the reality of the matter, which is like, hey, dude, like, if you ever get signed by a big music label, and let me just say right now, like, you would want people to be so lucky as to be able to aspire to and to, you know, get profit and make money off their dreams. Like, we want that for people. Realistically, Not gonna happen. And I hate to say it like that, but realistically, it's not gonna happen. Why? The contracts now are way sneakier. They're way less trying to be nice to you. They know exactly what the contracts are doing. Your investment is so much more going in. You have very little rights, and you don't own your masters. That is usually the biggest one. And you might get royalties. Okay, you'll get royalties if you are your own writer. They'll start giving you royalties if you. I think it's like you have to do your first mixtape, and then on your second album or whatever, like that album mixtape, you will start getting more royalty rights, because now you've shown that you can drop a full project. Because the gamble studios take, they act like it is massive, but they're gonna make sure they get every single fucking dollar back from you, and then some. And they are so unapologetic about what that looks like. So it's like, I tell people all the time, it's like, if you want to be a musician, it's like, you really have to read up on this business. Me and King say all the time, do your research. Wow, you all took a shortcut that I didn't. You're like an idiot. That's fine. Do your research. You know, you can hear most of people's favorite artists will talk about times that the industry has screwed them over, and there's nothing they can do. You're doing my fucking bumper card. Leave me alone, you bitch. Yep. No, you're not taking me out. But yeah, I feel bad for artists, like especially like musicians, something like that. Like, if you're just a singer or a rapper, they're gonna take you for a lot of money. They're gonna take you for a lot of money, and let me explain why. You're only coming in on one facet, and they will try to tell you that it's not a problem, but it absolutely is a problem. They will not try to change up on how they feel about it. They're just gonna let you know that they're like, hey, yeah, we got a lot of singers, we got a lot of rappers, and it's true, they do. A lot of people will come to them like that. Like, if you want to be looked at a little bit more, play an instrument, do what King does, like, you know how to produce, know how to mix and master, or be savvy in one of the other aspects of the craft, right? So be really good at social media marketing, so that way you can talk about how you already know how to stay on brand with your social media posts. They love that shit because they realize how powerful it is to keep and maintain an audience for musicians and artists. Like, you have, you know, the less that they have to try to write up for you, the better for them, because that's less they have to spend money on, you know, a social media manager for you. You see a lot of artists that get in trouble because of that, because they will sit there and they will, you know, go live and post a bunch of BS, or they'll get mad and they'll post a rant online, and next thing you know, like, now people are like in a huge ass like flame war with them because they're like, hey, you posted about that and we don't agree with what you posted and I'm mad at you and blah 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 blah. Like, yeah, you're not gonna let me go, are you? No. Where am I? Okay. Left. I'm just trying to spit just a little bit of information, a little bit of game for y'all, because, like, in all honesty, most people won't be that nice. And I'll keep it a buck with y'all. Most of them would have already been burned in their own way in the industry, and at this point now they're going to be a little bit jaded, and they're not going to want to look out for other people. It's sad, but it's what happens. The burnout in the media production world is massive. Okay, not good.
Leave it to me to clean up the mess.
Don't hit me, because now I need y'all to really leave me alone.
Nobody said this was gonna be a fair fight.
Ugh. All right, well, that sucked.
Luca can rebuild anything.
So I lost all of that. Well, I guess I didn't lose all. Yeah, tell me about gas stations. Thank you. I didn't lose all of it. I got a portion of it, but
Your driving sure keeps me busy. All fixed now.
all right. It's a good enough place. Let me take another break. I'll come back in a few minutes, y'all. In the meantime, just check out the car. I'm back. All right. I have a little bit more steam in me, but I think that's a nice little distraction. I'm gonna go check out the I'm gonna go check out the car the car salesman. Yeah, I'm back, gang. I had to take a tinkle. Take a tinkle, take a drink, and take a puff. Now, even though I did, oh yeah, I remember that's when I named my group. I named my new crew Dull Blade. But yeah, so I'm gonna go take a look at the shop. The next vehicle I need to buy is an off-road vehicle. And then I'll probably do a drift. Even though technically my Nissan could be a drift vehicle. It should be a drift vehicle. I always build it for speed, just because I like how it takes corners. You know, I got a lot of cars to look at. If I had, I mean, obviously, not that one actually. I know this is probably what a lot of people first think, but here's the car. Should have it unlocked. I think it's this one. Yeah. That thing. Ooh, but I have my baby already, so I'm gonna grab that instead. Let me get the G-Wagon out here. Drifting off-road in the G-Wagon? Absolutely. Absolutely. Obviously a lot of these are rep locked, but if y'all want to see my baby when I get around to it, I'm definitely gonna pick you up. No, not a Lamborghini. There you are. Ford GT. I am 900,000% positive that I would not be able to fit into this car in real life. But boy, would I fucking try. Like I would try to jam my ass in there every angle possible, just to even lick the interior of this car. The side fin vents for stability, the pop-up spoiler that only goes up when you actually, I think it's go over 70 miles per hour. Yeah, thanks, King. I appreciate it. You know, I appreciate you co-signing the fact that my big ol' ass cannot fit in that car. My big ol' ass can't fit in most of these vehicles. I mean, I can fit in this one. Barely. You know, let's grab the GTR. And then when you get this car once you beat the story mission, I should say. But if I'll be real honest with you, this car is ass. Like they put it in all the promotional materials for this game. This car is so ass. And you can't customize it once you get it. Like it just stays looking like that. I think you can change the engine. That's it. Even the smaller version of it, like the dumbed down version of it, is like better than that car. And I'm not surprised. The car that you get for being the story mission is ass. Why are we surprised? No, not even. Where's that? Yep, here it is. The Polestar. This can at least become better than that other one. Now, if you want to see a true monster, I gotta remember which car it is. It's a Mitsubishi. There it is. Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution IX07. Why is this car a beast? Well, its acceleration in this game is busted. Not to mention, when you drop in, there's a crazy, I think it's a V8 or a V6 engine you can drop in this car, and this one of the highest speed, top speed cars in the game. Next to, where is that bitch? It's a Porsche. No. There's an old ass Porsche. I think it looks like a James Bond car. And that thing gets low. Is it this one? It might be this one. No, here it is. It's an Aston Martin, my bad. This Aston Martin gets low. Don't let it fool you. I've seen people hit things in that car. Crazy. Right? I think it's this one, because I remember it being silvery. Let me just double check that it's not a different car. No, it has to be that car. Yeah, I think that's the car. But yeah, there's a lot of cars to pull from. So yeah, that G-Wagon, I gotta save up for that G-Wagon. Okay, I'll do it. That's an easy race right there. Like all those times I saw commercials for like Shaq, like Yao Ming sitting in a Mini Cooper, I was like, ain't no way in hell, bro. Ain't no way in hell, you know, or even the tallest of people can. No, get the fuck out of here. Wishful thinking. Y'all chopped that car in half, stretched it out by fucking 17 miles, and then glued it together, acting like that shit was actually gonna be viable. Ain't no way in hell, bro. Oh, I know this race. I know I said that about most races. King will tell you, even though right now he's in the chat. This is my game. This is one of my games. This was on my list of like, I'm gonna play this game on a regular basis, to the point where like I'm quoting turns like, this turn is stupid unless you know how to catch it right, which I fucked it up, but I probably still did better than every other car that I'm about to pass. See, even King said, he said I'm right. And with 3 laps, I better be. I think this one's 3 laps. Listen, like I said before, that lo-fi music I had on earlier was not doing it. Now that I have my headphones in, I know y'all can't hear the music, but the focus it's giving me, next level. You need a good playlist to play a racing game. I don't care who you are. King, actually, now that you're in chat, I was telling people that's my next project. If I want to do more Need for Speed content, I was like, I gotta find a copyright-free playlist. If not, just get a bunch of instrumentals. There we go. I can speak for once. Instrumentals that work to have the right feel to it. Cause like I just can't listen to low tempo stuff when I'm racing. Like I need my blood to get, I need bass. You can't, I don't know about y'all. I might be a little bit more Tokyo Drift, but I need bass. I need some Fast and the Furious, you know, Vin Diesel, it's all about family, Gasolina, motherfucking Teriyaki Boys. Just I need bass. I need some techno, dubstep, dance hall, dance music, dance your pants off, motherfucking bass. I need them 808s to hit me in my heart. 808s is already in my ancestral bloodline. I need to hear that shit in my bones. Like this is the only constant that will make sense to me. And anytime you hear me racing, if I don't have a playlist going, it's like you'll get me for a couple races, but then my focus starts like to dip off. Like when you have music in, you just find yourself just like, I don't know if it's like a music video in my head and I'm reacting. You just start getting into it. I'm not there yet. Okay, we'll do that one. So yeah, that's the next project. Just getting some music for this so that everyone can listen to together versus just me playing it through my AirPods in my ear. I mean, I can tell y'all what I'm listening to. It's not going to help you though. Right now I'm listening to FKA Twigs. My shit's on shuffle. Ooh, excuse me. Now that I looked at the 4GT, I'm just remembering and reminding myself. Are you talking about my Nissan King being good on the drift? I mean, it's supposed to be a drifter. It's supposed to be set up for more drifting reasons. But I always set the car up for road speed races. But it has such good handling. Like, that's why I can do these little fishtail jukes and like still maintain like a decent recovery. Like, I could be buying a lot of other cars right now that are at a higher rank level. It's just the thing that this car is God tier, and you can get this car as soon as you get into the game. It's one of your first picks. And actually, to be fair, all the cars that you have to pick from when you first start the game are good cars. It's just the amount of work, and when they really start becoming really good, it's just at different stages. If memory serves, it's this car, it's a Ford Mustang, I wanted to say a Chevy Camaro, and something else, Thunderbird, something else. If you have the deluxe edition, you get the Ford Mustang as one of your options. But it's pretty much like a drift car, a tuner car, and then you get like a muscle car. But they count this Nissan as a fucking drift car when it's really like a drift and a tuner car. So I think I could have gotten the Mitsubishi Lancer. Yeah, I think that's the other car you could have gotten. Now muscle cars are great, got a lot of torque and a lot of power, but they don't start getting better until you have better engines, which means you have the money to buy better engines. Early game is all about acceleration and being able to take those turns. And unfortunately, the muscle cars are not good at making snap turns. So you have to hope to beat people out in, like, if you're going to go the muscle car route, you either have to, one, remind yourself, like I was talking earlier, you lose velocity as you go through most turns. So muscle cars take a little bit longer to get their speed up. So every time you go through a turn, you're losing speed. Muscle cars shine on straightaways. Most races in this game are going to have turns. If not, have you need to make quick adjustments. Like at night, the muscle car could be goated later game, but right now, you're not going to outrun those cops if you're constantly getting hit left and right, because it's just going to take you longer to build that speed back up. it's much more beneficial to get through the story, get to later game ranks by just getting a very quick car with good handling, good acceleration. The top speed doesn't have to be that good, because what you really want is speed recovery that you get from good acceleration. You don't need the top speed. The top speed can come later when you're trying to do a lot of these races faster than when you did them in the beginning of the game. Then it's brakes, because a lot of these turns, like even right now, like I'm hitting these turns, I could tighten my brakes a little bit more for this car, and those turns will probably be a little bit more snap responsive. I like leaving them a little bit loose so that I can kind of make the adjustments as I drive. Like I said, for those who've played the game or those who might be interested in ever playing this game, you can drift by either just double clicking your acceleration, your gas, and then you can feather in your trigger brake, which is just your normal brake, to tighten up the turn, or just let it be and kind of feather in your turning wheel to widen it back up. Now, if you have to make a quick 90 or above 90 degree turn, you can hit the e-brake and hit that turn. But you don't want to hit and hold it. You got to time the hit. So you got to like understand your timing really well. Which is why I'm saying, like, you'll get used to it the more you race. But early on, you're going to be like, oh, like I'm not hitting the turns the way I want to. Oh, I'm not hitting the drifts the way I want to. Yeah, it takes a second to really get, like, this turn is an e-brake. Easier for me to hit that e-brake, and then I can jump right into a nitrous. Whereas this turn, yeah, it looks like 90, but I could just go ahead and hit my gas and do kind of more of like a controlled drift. Because I would say hitting the e-brake when you hit, like, this turn is going to be an e-brake, but I wouldn't count this as a drift, because yes, my wheels are locking up and I'm turning without like just letting the car's natural turning radius take the wheel. Like, I know it's going to be short, so I'm not really trying to. I'm still losing a lot of velocity. I'm explaining so much right now about this, way more than is necessary, but just goes to show how many hours I done put into this game. All right, let's figure out what we're doing next. No, we've done that race before. At some point I gotta open up down there. Anything up here worth doing? All right. Yeah, like I said, I can't wait till I get to rank 23. Then I can actually buy the new engine for this. And then you'll really see, like, I'll be zipping around so much. This little 250 horsepower engine, and it's doing decently. But where it's not holding up is like, I don't yet have that speed responsive I would want. Dropping in that 306 horsepower engine will instantly double, if not triple, my not double, but it'll greatly improve my overall top speed and acceleration. All right, found that one. I'm not in a rush, but I'll do it. Finding these things is also how you tend to unlock other stuff. So if I see it and I'm not in a rush, or if I'm not at night, I'll try to grab it. What's most of these? What is this? Oh, actually, I love this one. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do with the G-Wagon in terms of decal. This is not a racing car. For those of you who are interested, this is never mind. I thought this was a different song. This is a racing song. I can't stop. The Kanye West song. Oh no, I can't stop. Nah, I'm not in another race yet. Out to be. Where did I go wrong? I gotta get ready. Stop. I've seen it before. I've seen it. I mean, I could just click my phone. I could tell it's on. What's the fun in that? I've seen it. I've seen it before. Alright. Well, also let me just say my horrible rendition and singing is clearly not doing the song justice. Welcome to Heartbreak. Listen, 808 and Heartbeat. Is that the name of the album? 808 and Heartbreak. Graduation. What's the other one? Goated Kanye West album. I did like Bully, but I don't know. It's not hard to be a fan of Kanye West music. It's hard to be a fan of current Kanye right now. Because before College Dropout, thank you. Yes. Before, when like Kanye first lost his mother, like people were like, yo, you gotta remember, like that was that man's like rock. That was literally his guiding light in a lot of situations. No wonder he's now acting so hurt, blah blah blah. But then when he really started going off like the crazy artist deep end, it's like, all right, big dog, getting kind of hard to defend you a little bit. I'm sorry, you said what about you? Oh, yeah, I need you to stop that. Oh, I'm sorry, what? Slavery was never real? You need you to stop saying that shit, bro. Just go back to making music. However, I will say, not that I'm a big like entertainment news or like tabloid person, but the way Kanye West was sunning Kim Kardashian about their parenting styles was the funniest shit, right? Because everyone kind of like took Kim's side. Like, this is really not my ministry. Let me just throw that out there right fucking now. But people were taking Kim's side early on because Kanye was being crazy fucking Kanye. But the times we would see Kanye snap out of it and go back to being normal fucking Kanye was every time he would talk about his kids. And it was great because it's like, we don't have a nanny. I cook. I make sure we have food in the house. Oh, I don't have other people. Like, he might have a chef or two. They might go out to eat still, but he was really trying to be there. You would see this man break down because Kim was making it hard for him to try to see her and shit like that. Oh, you can't just come by the house now, Kanye. You gotta let me know. Blah, blah, blah. He's like, okay, but you're not usually here when I come by. You just leave our daughter with a nanny. I spend time with her. I'll take her to the studio. We'll work on stuff. And like, when I saw that she hopped up on one of his albums and she was getting credits and stuff like that, I was like, yo, all right. He's lost his mind in certain aspects, but his core is still there. Part of me was like, you got to chalk that up to like the industry just being as stressful and cutthroat as it is. Let me just reiterate, I'm not double downing on anything he says, but when you talk about the people who actually, have money, who own a lot of these big, record labels and stuff like that, if they fit a particular build, certain ethnicity, a certain, type, and you're getting mad now because they keep on telling you no, all I'm saying, it won't be the first time a black man got his creativity, his artistry stolen and abused by people who are just being greedy. A white man being greedy for money. But yeah, now having him like talk shit about Kim Kardashian, it was like, there's no way you're a good mother. We all saw a video of you taking back shots from Ray J. There's no way you're a good mother, because as a good mother, I'm just gonna say it like this. And King, I'm gonna say his Discord is open because you might want to hop on this conversation. We've talked about it before, but this generation, and I'm not blaming women. It's not just a women thing. Like, this is a social media thing. The way some of y'all portray yourselves online is crazy. Absolutely disrespectful to yourselves and the people around you. And then you don't even have the backbone to double down on situation. You'll say hurtful things, and then when someone calls you out, you'll cry tears because, oh, well, I was just trying to get noted. Bro, the amount of TikTokers, streamers, that I see that are always in hot water. Why? Because you don't really know the real world yet, and you're expecting everyone's going to take it as a joke. Prank streamers? It's a prank. Yeah, nah, you jump out the bush, talking about, yo, give me your money in a random ass neighborhood at night, and then you try to tell me it's a prank. Bro, I don't give a fuck. If you ever actually have been stuck up for money, I don't care if you say it's a prank. Like, people are gonna either hit fight or flight, and I'm a nigga who does not run. Call it what it is. It's a stupid thing to do. The way you portray yourself online is very stupid. And then the biggest one I'm gonna say out there again, I'm not shaming sex workers. I'm not shaming people who have explicit adult content. I curse. I've been smoking on stream. I don't have any video proof of this, but if you listen to my mic, you can hear the lighter flicking like it's a Lil Wayne album. I'm not a hypocrite. But what I'm saying is, you have to be prepared for the type of media you put out there, especially if you're going to end up having kids in the future. Because then what ends up happening is I'm not saying just your child could find it. That's a whole different level. That's its own therapy, right? Friends of his or not friends of his at school find it. You know, kids from my generation got embarrassed if your parents or a parent or an uncle or someone worked in the school with you while you're going to school. Like if your aunt was a nurse or your parent was an administrator or a teacher. I can say this because both my parents were teachers and administrators. They would have to come into school. That shit used to be embarrassing as fuck. Right? That's a level of shame which now looking back I was like, it's really not that big a deal. But in the moment, everyone's like, oh, your dad's here. All right, whatever. Now let's talk about the emotional trauma, which is you walk into school one day, you're 7, 8, 9, you know, middle school, let's say middle school age. And people are all, you know, tittering, you know, laughing around you a little bit, right? And the next thing you hear is, hey Brendan, hey, is this your mom? Is this your mom on OnlyFans? It's free. Like, again, that's scarring for a lot of kids. Because one, they don't know how to explain it. They probably didn't know about it. If they did know about it, that's a whole different level of therapy. Don't tell me you came into the house one day and she was streaming the premium content in the living room. That's crazy. But think of how commonplace that's gonna be. Not only that, I'm gonna throw a metric out there that I think is gonna like actually freak a lot of people out. You know, adult content is not for everyone, right? Either if you watch, you know, pre-recorded or live stream or OnlyFans, whatever is your poison, I'm not judging. However, I will say this: a lot of stuff stays online forever. So then the thing that I think is a little freaky sometimes is not freaky in the good way, freaky in the like weird and kind of disturbing way. It's how many videos of pornographic nature that are online of people who are no longer alive. Like either they die, like that's just weird. Nah, I'm gonna be real honest with you. I thought my high ass was tripping for a second. I was like, did someone just say hello? Hello? God? Like I totally forgot I told you that Discord was open. But yeah, no. That is already creepy enough. But you gotta imagine kids growing up, things that you did when you were hopefully 18, 19, 20, you know, early 20s, let's even say early 30s. That when you're now more established in your career, you have a career, you know, 50s, 60s, you have children now they're coming of age where they're commonplace online. And they have to stumble upon footage. And like, I'm just gonna throw it out there. If you think just by deleting your account that you have saved yourself, oh honey, boo boo.
Weird.
It's
weird.
It's super weird, right? But to add insult to injury, like what can you say? You get what I'm saying? Like, okay, that might not even be the best way to describe it. it's not what can you say, it's more like I don't have any type of rebuttal for the young adult who would have to go back and now try to defend their you know, their pride and their family and whatever the situation. Like I don't know what to say to someone getting bullied like that and being like, hey, I'll be okay, right? Because I don't want to say like, that's like finding out Santa Claus isn't real, like, and if you didn't know that, I'm so sorry, but like it's worse than that because it's such a loss of innocence, and then it has to deal with one of your parents, right? Like there comes an age, oh my god, I'm so sorry, I'm about to trigger everyone right now. There comes an age where I think we all realize that our parents have sex, and it's weird, and we don't like to talk about it because we don't want to envision it, we don't want to picture it. Like but you have to realize at some point, in order for you to exist, someone had I'm having an internal conflict of how graphic I want to be in the next 2 sentences. So I'm going to err on the side of humility and grace and just say they made love. The demon in me was like, someone had to nut in your mom, and probably not in just one location, mind you. I was doing really well. Everyone's like, cool, we're gonna make this out of this with like as little trauma as possible. Like, nah, bro. We live in trauma around here. But that realization paired with like, you can accept that you were a product of making love. I think it'd be much harder to accept that you found the OnlyFans. Well, because think about it. The reason why I think it's even weirder for us, our parents weren't online like that. So this isn't a fear. Like, the back in the day was like, oh, maybe like, I will tell you the pinnacle of fear back from like our parents' generation is that maybe someone caught them on Girls Gone Wild, right? Oh, she was in a wet t-shirt contest back when she was in college, but they had to blur the face of most of those girls, right? There are people doing double penetration on OnlyFans. There are people doing like weird ass role play, like this is my brother and she's my sister, and like, what the fuck? Like, cringe level shit. Now I want everyone currently watching and in the future watching to think of how long 3 years is in terms of how you change, how your thinking changes, how things like change. 3 years for you to change your mind on something is nothing. New movies could come out, new video games could come out, new music could come out. You could have tried different food. You could have moved locations where you live. So many things could have happened in 3 years to change your life perspective. Stuff online lives there forever. That's why I think, like, when politicians get into scandals because of stuff like, oh, he did blackface back in college. Yeah, because there was a picture of it that someone found in an old dusty yearbook that they still happen to have, and they had a grudge against that politician, so they posted it on their Facebook wall. But now you got to think of like the stuff that you post online, and 10, 20 years down the line, when you're in a different position, you might have more responsibilities at your job or something, and someone just so happened to find, what's this link? Oh, hey, that kind of looks like the lady at my, oh my goodness.
Stop. Why stop?
I stopped because again, I'm still fighting this demon on the inside to be extra explicit. But I would feel really bad. Like, you make your own decision, right? Like, as a person, if you, like I said, I have no problem if that's your kind of content that you do. All I'm saying is have a plan, right? I mean, shit, drop them OnlyFans in the chat, Shody. I'm not paying for it, but I definitely will find some leaks. But have a plan to like address that at some point in your life. Put a spin on it, like get a PR agent or some shit, because there are certain things that people have online. Like, case in point, if you go, I'm just going to assume that most people our age have a Facebook. Have you ever gone back and read a post from like 2-3 years ago that you wrote?
And it was so cringe.
Okay. Imagine going back 10 years prior and you seeing a video of you fucking somebody that you have no longer a connection to, or you might hate at this point, but that video lives online.
What do? You know, what do?
You get a bottle of lotion. This demon is winning. This demon is winning. Say you bust one out for what could have been. And when did you know you were going to hell? Right now. Nah. All right, I'm switching to night missions.
Whew, this game, man.
But yeah, nah. I just feel like if you've gone down that route, like you should warn your kids. Not like, I don't know like the right way to warn them, but don't like.
Competition's getting tough out there, huh?
Just, you gotta have a plan to like let them know, because you can't walk into school like that. Shit to me would be bad. Don't walk into school and like fucking, that's already been shared amongst all the little groupers and shit. Like, no. It was bad enough when we were growing up if you had a hot mom, because you had to deal with niggas going through puberty talking about, bro, your mom's hot. Like, nigga, shut the fuck up. I was lucky enough. My mom was old as fuck when she had me, so no one came over and said that shit to me. Plus, I was always bigger than niggas, so I'm like, hey, bro, your mom, you want to lose your front two teeth again? Keep all the mom comments to yourself, my guy. But like that was like not the worst of it, but that was definitely like a pretty bad extent that what happened back in our generation. Even now, you know, it's not like hot moms are out of style. It's you either have one or you don't. And kids going through puberty, their standards aren't exactly wonderful. So there's a wide range of what hot actually, you know, refers to. I just find it kind of funny. It's like, could you imagine trying to explain that to somebody? So in this video, the reason I'm doing this is like, no, I don't want to hear this. I don't want to know this. Why are you telling me this? The best way I could imagine is Jimmy Neutron when his dad was talking. It was like, and Jimbo, and then I sat on a banana, and I was never the same again. You're like, what?
He's like, what time I sat on a banana? That changed my.
I'm like, and you did this all online? Like, yeah, no, I could never look at a person the same way again. Or, okay, the demon's winning again a little bit. Or, I'm gonna just say something that's really gonna land you in like a mental hospital. You find it. Not your friends, not someone you know, not school bullies. You find it online, but you don't put two and two together until after the deed is done. Like I said, it never goes away.
You here?
Yeah. Figure it was time to see what this thing can do.
Wasn't that your dad's car?
I apologize for everyone out there that has now given a really bad feeling in the pit of your stomach, as it should, because that's some disgusting ass shit.
Why we're here.
But again,
Remember, we do well, and the league has to give us a shot.
I'm trying to warn people by saying the demon in me is winning, because unfortunately, I do not have the luxury of mind to not think about all possibilities. So as much as I want to be like, hey,
I love the sound of this engine.
I'm gonna be nice about this, my brain is like, do it. Tell them the tea.
This is a lot of car.
Ooh. Hold on. Bitch, move. Move, bitch. Get out my way. Now, I do have a, for lack of better terminologies, I'm going to say my friend, but I hope you'll understand that I'm pretty much talking about myself. But I have to say this just on the off chance that someone listens and might get relayed back, because it's only been loosely confirmed, and like my name is out there, and I don't want people like tracing her back and stuff like that. Cause like then I'll be real honest with you, I will become a crash out 100%. Like I don't mess around with people messing with my family. So that's why I'm going to say my friend. So that way, you know, we all understand that there's a level of fucking respect that should be maintained. But my friend has a stepsister, and was very confused for a very long time because they seemed to take a lot of trips, but they didn't really work, and they were a babysitter for some like wealthy people, but then it like never really saw them work, shit like that. And so there was a bunch of like, I'm not gonna say I did detective work. I let it be. Okay, I let it be because I was like, I really didn't care. Live your life. Like I'm not out here trying to like super sleuth this and find a bunch of information about my friend, or have them find information about themselves that's too much. Okay. But then one day, I got like a weird ass low level bit of confirmation while talking to them, and I was like, I had to just be like almost stupidly humble. Okay, I didn't mean to hit you. I hate this mission. I really do. Oh, wonderful. You guys are gonna be. All right, so hold on. This stupid ass game mission is gonna get me distracted, because it's one of those game missions that just sucks. I'm gonna be real honest. I would love this bitch. It's not my problem. You always talk about being a better racer than me in the game, so you handle this shit. I gotta come save your ass because you can't shake one police officer in a fucking Camaro. This is what I'm talking about. Fucking rubbernecking in these games is rubber banding is so annoying. As soon as you get close, they just fucking take the fuck off.
This car is starting to feel its age.
No way your car has that good.
Don't know how much more this thing can take.
Think about the car. Don't put it through this.
All right, hold on. Like, if his acceleration is that good, he should have been already got her.
I'm just gonna give you a ticket, that's all.
Oh. Hey, maybe you try some defensive ass driving.
Back off!
Trunk just sprung a leak.
Wait, he's still alive? No way he's still alive. I pushed you off a whole cliff, ho. I'm sorry. Missions like this you should be able to skip. This isn't about racing ability. This is purely just wasting my time.
Really need you to help me out here. I'll remember that.
Come on, go get her so I can try to crash into you a couple more times. Because you're like the most tanky fucking cop on the planet.
This is your final warning! No! No!
Like to see him talk his way out of that.
Thank you. You saved my
Bitch.
ass.
All units, Officer Shaw immobilized and in need of assistance. Be on alert for a yellow Camaro.
That's our cue.
Oh, I like how they don't see you, but they see me? After all that BS? Whatever. Anyways, I'm going back to my story. So my friend pretty much gets person-to-person confirmation that, like, some hinky shit happening. And I'm like, you know, damn, bro. In that situation, like, what do we even do? They didn't have words for it. I didn't know what to tell them. I'm like, shit, figured out, right? But again, people out here, like, if that's your profession, like, there's nothing against what you do, but you just have to have a plan. You can't just go into this shit. Like, just for, like, lack of better terminology, like, you'll get treated like fucking what's her face, Mia Khalifa. Like, she bitch and moans about. I like how I say Mia Khalifa and you come back into the call. But yeah, no, pretty much she's notorious for, you know, being a pillar, I'll say, in the, you know, early next gen adult content creators, to the point where like she was like a household name for a minute. And most of her time in the profession, quote unquote, was wrought with controversy, because one of her earliest videos, she wore a hijab in a video, and a lot of people thought that that was sacrilegious, which honestly, let's be honest, it very much was. But when she got out of doing, in her words, she would only do videos here and there. She tried to change herself over to more like a legitimate, you know, not adult content oriented personality. She wanted to leave the adult content industry. They were like, hey, we're not going to, well, the name's ours. We own the name and all this other stuff. And so she threw a big stink about that. And then she started to blame the industry because she was like, it's predatory, which, let's be honest, it probably very much is, if not knowingly is. And she claimed that like they didn't really pay her very much for these jobs because she was, you know, how scummy they are. And now they're trying to take her name, and it's her name and all this other stuff. And she really was like, had this whole campaign and kick going about how messed up the adult film industry was. And then like Brazzers came back and was like, hey, just take down what you said, you know, issue a retraction because technically you're still under contract, and we won't drop any of the stuff that we have. But if you continue going, you're going to break an NDA, and then we're going to let go what we have. And she kept going because she was going on all these talk shows and telling people about it. Like, she was really made a campaign of this. And then she kept claiming how they scammed her, they took all of her money, that they didn't pay her anything. Now, you know, and then they dropped it. They had emails, they had transaction reports of money that they had transited her. Like, she had made like hundreds of thousands of dollars plus royalties off these videos, to the point where, and she was like claiming like how, like, you know, no one should do this, it's such a bad thing, and blah blah blah. The adult film industry is so predatory, it is bad for people, it's bad for little girls. But you made your whole career based off of that. And so then like people like weren't letting her live it down, and at this point like you could tell she was trying to change her life, because she had a fiance. This guy was like a cook, and he was like, you know, the comments he was probably getting were brutal. Especially because, like I said, her videos were still up. You know, the companies, those film networks own those videos. So she was like, they should take down all those videos because I don't want them up anymore. And they're like, we paid you for these videos. They are our videos. We can keep playing them because we paid you for your role in the videos. Like, that's how that works. And I know it seems really scummy to a lot of people. Would be like, hey, well, why not just take them down if she wants them taken down? Because then it becomes an issue of like, and as like a content creator, even though it's a totally different content than I do, you have to understand, like, if you have a contract and stuff like that, that opens up a precedent for people to shoot stuff with you. You pay them for their time, and then they come over and fuck over your entire shoot. Every actress out there, like, if you think like a big, you know, take like an Avengers movie. If someone went out there and shot in the Avengers movie and got paid to be an actor or an actress in an Avengers movie, and then turned around and be like, you know what, I don't like this movie, take me out of all the scenes, but they're a lead, you essentially kill the movie, right? So that's why it's written in, like, you're giving up your time, your likeness, your acting ability, and we're paying you for that time. And if it went through that, now that the person who's in that movie no longer wants to be seen, even though you've been paid, you have contracts stating that you've okayed this, now it just becomes a crazy slippery slope, because now it's like, okay, think of how many actors you could weaponize against other studios by doing a production, letting them get paid for it, and then having them tank the production afterwards by claiming they don't want their likeness used any longer. Outside of cases of breach of contract or people being too young or something like that, in those moments, Like, they're not doing anything wrong. They're following the contract. So she wanted all this stuff taken down because she was trying to change her image, but yet she still was using the notoriety to get her into places, because people would often like introduce her, the former top adult entertainment model Mia Khalifa did it. Like, they would invite her onto these shows and they would expect her to be flirty and they expect her to come out, dress a little scandalous and all this other stuff. And, of course people would bring it up like, hey, did you ever, when you were on set, did you ever like blow like 12 dudes? Like, they would just, that's what they would call her out there for. They didn't call her out because she knew anything else. Not saying there's not more to her, but what she was known for was the thing that these adult film agencies, the career that she had by doing that work. So then when it blew up in her face and she got all upset, like, they're like, cool, we're not going to work with you anymore because clearly you're a huge ass headache. And then she realized that a lot of these other places now were distancing themselves because not only did you make yourself look like a fool in public eye, that you were just too much of a nightmare to work with, because unless you had things documented and heavily in contract, here's a person who might just go out and cry wolf later, and you could get into some legal trouble if you're not careful. Then the icing on the cake was she started doing like OnlyFans content after that whole fucking debacle of being like, oh, I don't want my body out there. I don't want people to see. I think it's so horrible. Okay, but now when you're doing it on your own, it's not a problem. And then she's not the only type like this. You got the Lana Rhodes, you got a bunch of different people who have gone down this road of like demonizing the adult film industry and then turning around and being like, but go check out my OnlyFans at but the icing on the cake for Mia Khalifa, I think, and rightfully so, was like her fiance at this time was this like Michelin star chef. And it finally got so serious with him. He was like, listen, like, I was fine with you doing like your past in the adult film industry. Like, I thought you were a really cool person. Like, I loved you, but now you're just too much of a like joke in the mainstream media. And like, you're really trying to fight this losing battle. And now because I'm your fiance, I'm being dragged through this stuff. So now like, I remember he was like, I work with, I'm like a three or 4 star Michelin chef. Like, I work with a lot of like celebrities and I work at a place where a lot of celebrities go. And like, I've been seen on your Instagram. I've been talked about on a lot of these platforms lately because I'm connected to you. Now people come up to me, ask me that as I'm cooking. That's embarrassing. And like, he just pretty much is like, I'm done. And she got online and she said a bunch of fucked up shit and was like mad at him for it. And then he was just like, listen, you can say whatever you want. Like, I still love you, but like, it was too much craziness. Okay, I don't even blame him. But
Nathan.
Oh, everything changes at 23. I see. Yep. All right, let's keep going with our night race. But yeah, no. I know a little bit too much about the adult film industry.
There's a place on the coast. Scrappers down there do business trading.
There was a time. I gotta do that during the day. All right. What other missions are there for me? Okay, wait, is that her? No, it's fine. on the one hand, like, this is such a weird conversation to be having, but
Rare parts. Now I just know
it kind of speaks towards like a lot of the shit that has been on my mind lately. Both of were like,
I can't get him to sell.
what kind of content,
Think you could go down there and plead my case?
like how you leave your mark online,
Oh, you should know.
how you climb up there, like, you know, how do you make this successful? But then on top of everything else, it's like, know your worth. Like last couple of days, I've really been battling with this whole, like, again, like I believe in just like staying humble, sticking to what you know. You know, if people don't, you know, people don't like you, people don't respect you, like, oh well, like it is what it is type of thing. But lately what's been eating at me is like, again, and I brought it up earlier, where I am trying to do a lot of this media production work is so suffocating. Because if I was just a photographer, like, and even that is too broad. If I was just a event photographer, I'm not talking wedding. I'm just like, I go to a thing, I take, you know, 200 pictures for a 3-hour event, you know, or whatever it may be, that I could have a stable, you know, somewhat profitable business running just doing event photography. If I was just a church live stream person, if I was just a social media marketing person, like, I could be specialized. If I could just be specialized in one area and that was profitable and that did its thing, like, I think I would have a much different outlook on my area and trying to do a lot of this work. But what ends up happening, and it's not even a thing of competition, because of the people that I know who do what me and King do, either similar to our crafts or, you know, exactly like our crafts are. Some issue does rely on them, like just in terms of like how they set up their shoots and how, you know, okay, he might charge a lot less than I charge, so, you know, might be a little bit of undercutting happens, but that's normal in any business. You're going to have competitors. The bigger issue out here is twofold. One, you have, and this is going to sound ageist, you have a lot of old people who sit in positions on councils or church leadership, or just they hold positions of power in places, and they okay payments, they okay budgeting, and they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And like, well, you know, you can do this video for $100. No, this video costs a lot more than $100. Oh, well, you know, if I had my camera, I could have done it for $100. No, the fuck you couldn't. Why? Because back in the day when you had your little fucking JVC camera, you guys didn't edit shit. You weren't checking frame rate and shit like that. Like, that's why everything, a lot of these older companies that are around, you know, churches and older companies that would have had like training manuals, like, you know, all digitized, stuff like that. All those videos are so bad, laughably bad, to the point where people, I know when I say this, y'all would be in agreement. They were so bad, we used to make jokes about how bad they were because the acting was trash. The way it was shot was always a little bit goofy. But then you want to jump on, you want to get all upset when someone goes like, hey dude, that's not how much it cost you. So much has changed in between 1990, when a lot of people shot these things on their first little mini fucking DV camera, and now. You know, we jumped up, you know, 4-6 times in resolution. Now you're talking about motion tracking, rotoscoping, color grading. You know, back then video was just that. You shot the video, you know, if you were lucky you had Windows Movie Maker and you might have put, you know, a title, a lower third. Hey, guess what? You might have gone a little creative and put a little bug of your company logo in the corner so people knew, you know, had that constant reminder of what companies this belonged to. So much more has now changed. You know, so, and every time you have to go talk to these people, it'd be one thing if like, hey, you know, I do media production like you do media production. So, you know, I understand that, you know, now that you're talking to me about it, you can explain the difference between, you know, now you're going to have to create me new graphics. And now I'm going to have to, you know, I can't just use this old ass song that I liked from an artist that I prefer. I have to actually make sure that either I have something that's copyright free or I had to have made it myself. Well, you don't know how to make music, so now you have to find a person who makes music, and oh, that's going to cost me. Like, you guys don't know that stuff because you don't continue to do the research into that realm of world. Even like, because again, me and King have worked in plenty of studios, and one studio in particular, and I'm not going to call them out by name, it's no longer around, so it doesn't fucking matter. And part of the reason it's not around is because of the same old leadership that was there that didn't know what the fuck they were talking about. So I would go into these negotiation meetings because I was seen as like the right-hand man inside the studio. And I'd be like, hey, for us to do this, we're going to need a crew. We're going to need multiple cameras. We're going to need to check this, this, and this. Like, we might need to rent some equipment. No, we'll do it for $200 and we'll make it work. No, what? Why are you? I understand cutting a deal with the company when there's something to be gained about now being on a network and having potential more gigs through a company. So you cut them a slack in the first couple assignments just so you get your foot in the door. But these are like community events, and you want a time lapse, you want drone footage, you want testimonials. Oh, and we only have one person on a camera. And we have 3 hours to get all this shit. That's not enough time. You know, there's so much other operational logistics that goes into, you know, are we getting release forms from people so that now that they're going to be on video, that they know that they're going to be on video, and that they're not going to get upset, right? That their likeness has been used and get upset that we're using it, and then come back and try to sue us because we didn't get a proper release to use their likeness, right? That's a real thing that can happen. That's why companies are usually very insistent about getting those release forms. You're not going to shoot anything until that happens. No, you would never do that shit. You know, and the funny thing is, like, I wouldn't even get in hot water for saying this, and at this point I don't even think you guys could go back and push the litigation because the business is no longer trading. But there was a number of productions, easily over 20, in between the years of, like, I'll say 2019 and 2020, 2018 to 2019, 2018 to 2020, where if you had gotten, you know, were on a production and we were the company shooting it, 9 times out of 10, we did not have any type of video release for you. And in all honesty, if you were unhappy with how the finished product came out or how your likeness was used, you probably could have DMCA'd or even sued us based off of that very easily, because we didn't have those releases, and you're supposed to have those releases. And I remember arguing with the head of the studio about, like, hey, we need to make sure we get these. And to them, that meant, like, okay, well, you're gonna have to go out and get them. And I'm sitting here looking at them like, dude, then get me a crew so that I can set one person as a camera op, one person as sound op. I can have a PA on staff, and I can have people running around getting these things at once, So we're not just trying to waste our time with one person doing everything. That's not how we set up for better shoots. Well, we don't have it in the budget for that. Okay, so we don't have a budget, but you're not actively working on that. There'd be so many times I would come into the studio to do a production, and they would just be sitting in their office playing Candy Crush. And I'd be like, hey, have you been working on like getting sponsors? Oh yeah. You know, it's difficult. Must be real difficult playing Candy Crush on an iMac in your office. You know, it got so bad to the point where like every month, like me and King were hearing about the fucking financial woes of the studio. I'm like, hey dude, like we backed you for a long time because we thought this was gonna go somewhere. We thought this was gonna build something for us. I don't really want to hear about how this is now not gonna go anywhere and you're struggling to pay these bills. Like that's bullshit. What have we been breaking our backs for this entire time if you're just gonna just give up so easily? And then what pissed me off was then when I started doing my own thing and me and King were like, hey, but we can just do this on our own. And I'm still going out in the same city, getting gigs, people that we formerly work with, you know, picking up those jobs that they had and renegotiating pricings. Like they're cool with the upgraded pricing. So now I'm just getting ticked off because I'm like, you would have been fine with the $400, $500 pricing. Yeah, we always told him we had more money. I don't know why he never wanted to charge more. But then when I would run into this person in those circles, he'd always be like, oh, now you're doing the little video I see. Like he was always patronizing. And I was like, dude, if you weren't going to step up, the least you could do is gracefully bow out and step out of the way. Which brings me back to like, you know, I'm not trying to sound ageist, but there's too many old heads that I know who sit in these industries and you're just, oh, you bastards. Yeah, nah, we're restarting that race. Normally I wouldn't have done that, but for that one in particular, yeah, we're restarting that race. That was stupid. But yeah, if you're not going to try to push, if you have no more goals of what you're doing, you're just trying to coast, then respectfully get out of people's way. Or create a platform for up and coming people to really climb up. Because then you actually end up looking like more a patron of the arts than someone who's just locked in their ways and want to hold on to the glory. I always heard like, oh yeah, I used to be this big important stage manager for plays and shit like that, you know. And then he would always go back and attribute certain things to like how they were done in the play. This wouldn't how it'd be done for a play. Okay, yeah, but we're not shooting a fucking play. Right now, what we're shooting is like commercial for a makerspace. Like I hear what you're saying, but it's just coming across like an asshole because like you're getting mad because the thing that we're doing is not the thing that you remember doing back in the day. Yeah, you know, we used to come in and we used to do all the sound and light checks at the same time. Cool. We're working inside of a room that already has adequate lighting, and we, you know, I don't understand why you're getting so upset right now about this. Like, but then when we needed you to do other things, like you would claim that you're this big shot that had a bunch of fucking people he could reach out to. And then like, little did I know at the time, like, oh, you were reaching out to them for these little petty loans to try to keep your business afloat instead of asking them for maybe their networks or contacts, things much more valuable, because then you could have actually been out there marketing, trying to pull in more clientele, so we could have saved our own asses. Had a beautiful studio location. Super ideal. To this day, I still wish they just left me the studio so I could actually continue doing the work, because I would have had enough clientele. But again, that whole pride thing is what it eats away at a lot of those types. You're not gonna let us have it, because letting us have it would somehow hurt your pride so much. So instead, you're gonna be like, no, I'm not gonna let you have this thing, because it's gonna hurt me if you guys are doing well. All right, bro. Like, at a certain point, you have to let it go. We moved on. Like I said, I still get hit with these petty ass messages, because whenever he does see our name or my name pop up somewhere, it's always the same fucking thing. Oh, I didn't know you were still doing stuff. Oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah. All right, bro. No thanks to you. Like, so again, and this person in particular, this isn't like a random one-off person. I've met in different intensities this person in many different places around where we live, because you had a boombox back in 1980. You're somehow qualified. You feel qualified enough to tell me that you're an audio engineer. Yeah, I hooked up my own sound system back in the day. Okay. That's good. Doesn't mean shit though. I'm happy for you. You knew how to took the little red and black wires and strip them and put them into the analog receivers. You know, you had your little uncoded left and right lines that you would put into your old ass fucking receiver box. You had that CD player that you knew exactly where to hit that, John, to stop it skipping, because it would always skip at that one, that, you know, on track 2 it would be fine, but as soon as it switched over to the third CD, for whatever reason, it'd get this tick. But you knew if you just tapped it in the right corner, it took care of that little tick. No, but if I'm sitting there, I'm talking to you about how, like, all right, cool, so we're hitting actually quite a bit of audio latency here, to the point where I think we're like 300, maybe 500 milliseconds off. Either we need to reboot the whole system to make sure that the phantom power is working properly and that we're not having this thing. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right, we are resetting. How far ahead are you? You know what? I could probably pull this out. It's gonna be tight. But for all the more reason, like, I was having this conversation this morning with my brother. I was like, yeah, going and like constantly talking to these people about it gets me nowhere. It's so annoying, because for whatever fucking reason, even though they've messed up countless shoots, or they don't know about the stuff that they're talking about, people still are like, well, you know, he's been doing this a long time. Listen, when old Yeller is old fucking Yeller, do everyone a favor. Take that dog behind the barn and put it out its fucking misery. Don't get mad at me when your marketing isn't doing well, when I keep telling you to trim the fat. Oh, well, Brandon, that's not right. You know, I feel like, no, fuck your feelings. Because you clearly don't care about mine. And the only revenge, the best revenge that I've found to date, is to go out and drop something of my own, or with, you know, with King or somebody else, and then just show our fucking asses off. They see the quality, they hear the crispness, they see that you know, it's leagues above whatever they could ever imagine dropping. And I got this message yesterday, so I dropped a little fucking reel. Hey, like, you know, we should start doing this for the church on Sundays. I was like, cool. This is how much it would cost. Cost? Question mark? I was like, yeah, you do remember my business is media production. Going forward into this year, now I'm going to start having to charge according to all these added things because it is no longer serving me or my business. Oh, well, I thought you just want to do it. No. Because the exact words I said to them were, don't you sell cakes? I don't see you coming to the church and giving me a bunch of free cake. And I said it like this because I know King was going to understand what I meant by it. And so I'm going like, hey, you have a business, I have a business. Why, if my business for you is in high demand, do now I, for some fucking reason, have to dumb down my business, even though clearly you should see the worth in it. It seems like you see the appeal. You see why it's important, but yet you still refuse to pay it. And I would agree with y'all if I was charging an arm and a leg. It's $1,000 per hour. Okay, yeah, nah, bro's water. I'm not charging that. Nowhere near. But again, I have to deal with people who they think only of themselves. They don't know anything larger outside of it. And it gets so tiring, have to constantly explain. Well, this is why I charge this, and this is why I think it should go up in price. This is why, this is why, this is why. For you to just look at me and scratch your head. Hey bro, we want a 2-camera live stream setup. Okay, just so you know, the price is gonna go up. Why? Because now I need to bring more equipment. Now, because it's not your equipment, it's my equipment. Now I need to make sure multiple things are charged. Now I need to make sure multiple things are updated. This is what all that means. Why, if I'm already doing the job in one capacity and you're telling me to add to it, that you don't automatically put 2 and 2 together, that means something else has to also go up. Again, I'll go back with the carpenter analogy. If you try to get your house fixed, you know, so they had to come in, they were going to work on the bathrooms, they're going to come work on the kitchen. One, singular, one or the other. And then you added the other. They're going to tell you the price is going to go up. Why? Because now the job has become more intricate. You've added in more parts. But the real reason I think that media production gets shit on as heavily as it does, because when you're good, it looks like you're not doing anything. When you're really good at it, it looks like you're not even really doing much. And then you have to deal with people like, oh, I don't understand. Like, you were just sitting there the entire time. Sometimes you're out on your phone. And I'll be like, yeah, I sat there. I prepped all the gear. I prepped my shot. I prepped how the lights. I made sure the audio was straight. I was on my phone to go check the live streams to make sure that it sounded okay. I also made sure to share on all the social media so that way we could start getting out, you know, getting the notice in the viewer base up. I made you graphics. I have music playing in your background. Do you not understand that there are so many moving parts to a live stream that yes, you might just see me sitting there monitoring everything, but that monitoring is making sure that everything is still going well. But again, people don't see that. They don't get that. So then I have to deal with the, well, you know, all you're doing is a live stream. I said, that's fine. Effective immediately, I'm done. I'm pulling all my stuff out. Oh, well, if you do that, oh yeah, you don't have any other equipment. You don't have a camera or a tripod or any of the graphics that I made, because I made those. So of course I'm taking them with me. I won't use them anywhere else, but just the fact that I made them, they're still my property. So I'm going to hold on to them. You want to buy them? I'll sell you from a price, but I'm not just going to give them to you. And it's so annoying because at no point did I get into this business wanting to be this cutthroat. And this is what I talked about earlier about being in the music industry and getting so jaded. You don't want to start out this way. People make you this way because you get fucked over time and time and time again to the point where you have literally no other way to be but this level of professional, which means cutthroat, you know, to the T, you know, and a lot of people don't like it because they come to you and they're like, I want to shoot my reel, and they're in bubbly creator land, artist brain, forgetting that this is a business. So I'm hitting you as a businessman. When we actually get on the shoot, then you're going to get hit with the artist. But when we're talking business, I'm asking about budget. I'm asking about this. I'm making you sign contracts. I'm letting you know this is a deposit. Letting you know how long editing is going to be depending on what you are asking for towards the finished product. I'm hitting all these notes. Why? Because at one point or another, when I did not ask these questions, someone fucked me over. You prey upon the goodness of people. You cannot do that in media production. You cannot hope that someone is going to be like, you know what? You did a really good job. Maybe once in a blue moon, when one of your mom's friends hits you up to shoot their little fucking dance recital, then maybe you might get someone who sees your value outside of what you're doing and give you a tip or something. But when you're out here hustling and getting clientele and stuff, like, do not expect them. If you're thinking about getting into media production, do not expect them to go the extra mile for you. They're going to actively show you in one form or another that they're going to get their money's worth and then some, if they can. So you need to be clear. You have to be clear with how many revisions you allow for certain people. I only allow 2 revisions where now I got to start charging for revisions. Oh, what if there's more that you don't like? Okay, but that's also why when I hand you the first, you know, I'll call it the first final draft, note down everything. Give me timestamps. That's your homework. If you want your thing to come out better, you better scrub through that thing. Don't find 1 or 2 little things in the first 5 minutes. Nitpick heavily on those, and I send it to you, and then I send it back. And you're like, okay, now I found this in minute like 7 and 8. And I send it to you and I fix it, you send it back. And now, no. If you do that, I'll be like, okay, now I got to charge you extra because now you keep saying, oh, I didn't watch the whole video. That's why you need to watch the whole video and find them all. Then I would have gone back the first one and fixed all those things, sent it back. You might have found a couple ones that you missed the first time, sent it back. Now it's a fully polished, finished product that you can be proud of. So I have to sit there and I have to explain it to people like they're fucking 2-year-olds. And then that aggravates them because they're over here like, this is a lot for me to think about. I thought you were just going to handle everything. And I'm like, yeah, until we get back to this moment when now you're trying to ask me to do certain things. And now I go back to contract. This is why it's written that way in the contract. You can get as mad as you want. It's written that way in the contract. Because again, I'll say it a million times. I've been in enough situations, enough scenarios when I've been okay with walking off a shoot or walking off a project or walking off a retainer, only for that person to now panic. Because my job being looking easy is usually the thing that people use as a, well, he don't even do that much. We pay him so much, he don't even do that much. Cool, I'm gone. Let you go a Sunday without me. Let your production not be with me.
And then they be like, but before he was doing it like this, and yeah, bitch. Now you see why. Don't know what you got until it's gone.
You know, you have my two personal favorites, right? You either get and I'm dealing with this a little bit right now, the old head who comes in and is, I've been doing this audio production for, 30, 40, 50 years, blah, 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 blah. And the exact same way I explained it to my church. Wow, you seem pretty nonchalant about this, Brennan. Oh, no, I'm fine. Just, I'm gonna warn y'all. Because y'all went ahead and hired this dude and didn't say anything to me. That's fine. I don't work behind other people. What do you mean? He was in charge of the audio, right? So all them times y'all came up to me, why do you think I didn't respond to you? Well, you were here. That's not the point. I was here. You hired someone else to do the job. I don't work behind other people because they're not going to work the same way I work. So now that you hired him, let him handle it. Well, he doesn't know our system. He doesn't know our church. Oh, well, that's why you have rehearsals. That's why you have people to walk them through the system. Well, we don't have anyone else but you to do that. Exactly. So why wouldn't you talk to me first? Hey, this is what we're thinking. It might make your life a little bit easier. So do you think you have time in your schedule to walk someone through the board so we can have this thing and it sounds really good? Sure. No problem. But the warning I gave them, which is true to a lot of people, any person who does media production, I don't care if it's audio or video, they're going to love toys. They're going to love better mics, better interfaces, better cables, all of it. Better cameras, gimbals, drones. They love toys. That's one of the appealing things for us. If it's instruments, they're going to love, their bass, their guitars, their drums, their keyboards. They're going to love all of it. So you're going to get certain people going to come in. The only thing they're going to do is they're going to say like, well, if you had this, if you had only spent money on this, if you guys buy this, it will change everything. That's why a lot of audio companies outside of like maybe some of the more reputable retailer sources, you don't see like Bose, maybe a little bit Sennheiser, but the real big audio companies, they don't even have to market themselves. All the producers, the DJs, we do it for them because we know quality when we hear it. But we also know it comes with a price tag. But then you'll go find a place. Churches are really bad for this because it's full of old people who have no idea about technology. And you're gonna need this $3,000 board and this $2,000 microphone, and you're gonna have to get this new steak, and you're gonna have to charge me $800 to put it in. That's all that dude is doing. He is selling you. He is essentially hiring himself. He is forcing you to hire him. He doesn't care the price tag you guys incur. He doesn't care if you guys go in debt over that. That's not his aim. He's going to get paid for setting it up. That's it. He didn't have to buy the interface. So then when I'm sitting there and telling them, hey, just be careful because people like that, they'll keep coming back. Sure enough, that same night I said that, he came back with subwoofers. Do we need subwoofers? Yeah. Do we need them right now? No. So I warned them and they looked at me. Okay, well, what is your recommendation? You hired somebody else. He's telling you all the stuff that you guys want to hear. So my recommendation is this. What do you have coming up in the next 6 months that requires this updated stuff? Well, it'd be nice to have it updated. Yeah, but it would have been nice to have this updated before the conference. It would have been nice to have this updated 8 months ago when I first started talking to you about it. What has changed now? And then again, now you're bringing new equipment in here on a recommendation of somebody else. Now you're talking about putting programs on my iPad. Talking about, oh, you're gonna have to learn this new system. My very first response is, okay, well, now we need to talk about going up in price, because now you're bringing more equipment in here for me to learn, to have to know how to manage. Again, more of my equipment that's not being tethered to this building. Oh, I don't know. We'll have to talk about it. Yeah, we will. Because it doesn't make sense for you guys to bring all this equipment in here and just drop it at my feet and expect things to stay the way they are. And then for me, I already warned them this. I said that the walk away is easy. I could just become a member. I'll just sit in church like everybody else. Well, you know, don't say that, because, you know, we really need you. We need your talents. Okay. Then invest in them. Don't make me feel like I'm constantly pulling out my all in order to keep you guys afloat. But then when the shoe is on the other foot, I have to keep waiting and explaining myself. Because again, like I tell people, I do blame the elderly for this. I blame the elderly. You don't understand technology. Add on to it, you don't try to learn technology. The farthest most of you go is learning Facebook. And you don't even really learn that. You learn just enough to annoy the rest of us. You learn how to leave a comment, share every fucking BuzzFeed, Twitter, Reddit fucking post that you come across. Every little random ass poll that you find, you're sharing it to everyone. Look what it says. I'm like a Dachshund, and that it says because I'm a quirky nature, and case in point, to all my people under the age of 30 that got parents over the age of 50. Can I ask you a question? How many times have you been called over to set up some type of device in their house? DVR, stream box, smart TV, Wi-Fi. How many times have you been called over because the Wi-Fi's gone out? And you know my favorite part is? The Wi-Fi goes out, right? They call you to come up. What do we always do? We go and we unplug it, wait like 10 seconds, plug it back in. Now, let me ask you all a question. Do you know how much service providers charge for a technician to come out for that? Last time I checked, it was like between $60 and $120. And that's me being very liberal with the price. If you had to actually call the company to send someone out to look at your router for them to just unplug and plug back in, they will still charge you for that. So all of us get fucking called nonstop to come do something and never get paid for it, right? But then how many times, at least for me, I've had to hear, "Oh, well, you don't know how to. I gotta come out and help you because you don't know how to fix this little thing on the wall." I give it right back. Sometimes I let them know if it's past 10 o'clock, I'm off the clock. One of the main reasons my mom, her Wi-Fi is always on, because I still live at home. The Wi-Fi means for me too. Fuck that. I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it for me. Y'all can call me whatever the fuck you want. What you can't say is I'm not being fucking smart about it. Like that. That to me is funny. No, okay, that's fine. All right, so here we are. 306 horsepower. So I'm going from a tops out at 585 potential horsepower to 913. Okay. Now if dual turbocharger, cooling fan, EQ, and crankshaft. 284 already. Add to that, let's put on my, yes, actually never mind. I will put that on. Now I got 3. What do you want? I'll fix that clutch. That's fine. And I will take my repair kit. Thank you. Oh, we got Super Plus. Oh, this should be a whole different beast now when I'm driving. Let's go test it out in the daytime. Again, like my rants, like I said, this has been on my mind a lot lately, but it's like the only thing I can do is plan to make certain changes and then to kill them with the work that they don't get. Ooh, that sounds sexy. All right. I think if I get that last Super Plus part, it will push me over 300, which I think will be good for most of the races up until the end of at least the normal game. Ooh, that power, baby. I mean, I could say the same thing about like the political situation in America, dealing with that fucking bitch ass president. I don't, listening to what he's been saying about the Epstein case, why do people keep talking about this? It's over, it's done with, and you know. And then I think it was Bill O'Reilly who came out and was like, so many people would be implicated and be hurt by this if it came out. So many Congress people and politicians. I'm like, listen, you're telling me that a bunch of scummy politicians would be hurt by this list coming out? That's all the more reason to do it. I mean, it can take even a fucking half brain dead person to realize that our education system is not education. The way we run our country is fucked. Case in point, the Diddy trial. Like, now I will say this. I think he flipped on a lot of people. I think he had to have given up. That's the only way, in my mind, if we are trying to hold on to some amount of integrity, of true justice, right, and under the eyes of the law, that then I'll be like, okay, he must have given up the names. He must have cooperated with the investigators and been like, hey, I know I'm cooked, but at the same time, let me give you all these names because, you know, it's the right thing, right? But then there's a part of me, and I don't feel bad for even entertaining this thought, right? There's a part of me that really does think that he could have just paid his way out of it. Because we've seen versions of it before. You know, and I think what's probably the most egregious forms of this is when we do talk about seeing similar acts of people getting away with things just purely because they're wealthy or influential. That I feel like the way I view humanity, you know, my impersonation, my impression of humanity drops. And I think I'm not alone when I say that, because a lot of people are like, are we living in a sitcom right now? And like everyone else has been clued in on how fucking absurd and stupid this is, but somehow we're all still living here like it's not, you know. But of course, if you have money and influence, like, you could make shit disappear, you know. There's been points in my life, not trying to say I've had much money, but I've had enough influence in situations where I was like, people had to do or act in a certain manner the way I was telling them, because otherwise they knew. Now you fuck with Brendan, there is a real actionable fucking, you know, consequence. But that's when I was doing a bunch of things that people shouldn't be doing. So then the other kicker comes in is when I'm like, it's funny. One of my things is like trying to tell kids, like, you know, hey, like, lean into your passions, lean into your art. Like, you know, don't get hung up on a lot of this like fucking ugliness and nastiness in the world, because you can make it a better place. But then you realize trying to tell someone that, and then every other piece of media that they see out there is someone getting away with literal murder. Like, hey, yeah, I know I was hurting these women, and, you know, and some of them were underage, and these guys, and, you know, you caught me on camera, and you had DNA evidence, and you raided my house. But somehow, none of that mattered. What? Because even though I'm like, oh, he probably told a lot of people, it wasn't until I heard that they had dismissed the Cassie video when he was in the hotel chasing her around. Like, I was like, wait, what? Why would you dismiss such a fucking blatant and clear piece of evidence? And I forget exactly what they cited, but they're like, yeah, it just, you know, we felt that maybe a lot of people had already seen it, and it would have swayed the jury. And
I know the fight was bad, but
if that isn't as close to a smoking gun as you can fucking get, unless actually having a smoking gun, like, again, like, this is why, like, a part of me when I watch this, I'm like, okay, you're telling youngins to grow up in this, and telling them like, go to school and go to college, and that's the only way to have a good life. And then you're sitting here lying to their faces, because look at the rate of people who are going to college right now and then don't end up in their job in their field. How many people who have now sat with companies, because that used to be the old thing, become a company man, you become a company person, stay in the same company for a long period of time. Now they tell you the metric is change the job every three to 4 years. It's a faster way to increase your salary. It's a faster way to boost your career, to boost your higher title. But then companies still want you to be a company person. So now they're now trying to avoid looking like they're actively taking mid-career hires, because they want to be in favor of people who have had longevity at their company. But in all honesty, a lot of those mid-career hires are coming in with higher trainings, higher specifications, more experience. And so they have to accept these people. And trust me, any of you who have had jobs that have, any type of multiple departments, if you work an office job or something, you work at a school, you will see this at some point where you're like, hey, there's a possibility for a promotion coming up. Watch how many times it's gonna be a mid-career hire that's gonna hop in, and you're gonna be like, oh, I thought they would have given it to someone in the building. Come to find out, like, even though, yeah, you got a lot of people in the building who've been here a long time, they've just been doing the same shit. They don't bring anything new to the table. And most of the time, even when these companies try to say one thing, they hire someone outside to come in who has a slightly more experience in something else. But in all, it's just someone who might have been more savvy with how they change jobs. But then you were seeing people who were at a job for 20 years, 30 years, and then they were losing their jobs. Why? Because they're getting paid a higher rate, and it was cheaper for them to be fucking canned by these companies than to have some younger person come in who gets paid a quarter of what they were getting paid. Like, you know how mad I would be if I was at a job for 10 years and then some new little fresh hire comes in and they make more than me off rip? They try to say you have the power in your job to go over and should argue that, you shouldn't get paid less than any new hire. But oftentimes in these contracts now, they have it written that your pay rate is unique to you when you join the company. I think it was kind of funny when I was at Aces. I was getting a higher pay rate than my friends who had been there longer than me, because of what I was saying on my interview stuff about already being in schools and being programs and all this other bullshit, which wasn't false. But a lot of my friends had experience teaching kids in other capacity. A lot of my friends had other certifications. I mean, the only certification that I had that most of my other friends didn't have was Narcan, and I had a mental health advocacy certification. And they my pay was just like, I think it was like $1 something more than everyone else coming in, but that was, at that point, was higher than what they were making at the time, or on par with what they were making at the time, depending on who it was. So just coming as like, oh, you already get paid that much, but you just start working here? That's crazy, because I've already been here and I just got that much. I'm like, bro, I'm not trying to step on your toes. I'm not trying to say you don't do your job. That's just, you have to advocate yourself when you come to the jobs. But absolutely, if, like I said, I would be pissed off if I came in that situation, but at the same time, you have to fight for yourself. But then the idea of having to switch jobs every 3 to 4 years just to kind of play this fucking career Jenga. Because mind you, just because you switch jobs doesn't necessarily mean you're going to land a new job. Not to mention, there's often times when you're doing that companies will be like, hey, you got to let us know if you're going to actively start looking for other employment. Because they're not going to say it explicitly, but they'll get petty. They don't want to train up a whole person, get you certified and all this other stuff for you to just take it to another company. So all this comes across as like, you need to be a little bit honest, a little bit sneaky, you know, a little bit for the group, a little bit for yourself. It's a whole fucking waltz that's confusing as fuck. And then school doesn't prep you for that. School says if you do the test, you do it well, you'll be all right. They don't tell you about the fucking sneakiness aspect. They don't tell you about being clever and how sometimes you have to use other methods that aren't just, you know, do the job well. No, sometimes you gotta ask us. So again, you know, you start talking about broken systems and shit like that. It should be merit-based, right? It should be based off of what you're actually bringing to the table, but that means that someone has to watch you. That means it's going to be a constant fluctuation. People love merit-based shit until they have to also admit when they're not doing their jobs well. Because it should fluctuate if you're doing a good job. What if everyone has off days? You're not going to want to come into a job and you're on an off day and someone's like, you know what, you're not doing very good this time. We're going to lower your pay. That's going to make you have an even worse day, right? And they keep evaluating based off of that. They're going, well, you're still doing bad. We're just going to keep lowering it because we're basing it off your evaluation. Basing off your merit, what you show us. So I'm not trying to say it's a simplistic fix. It's not a simplistic fix. But the longer we take to try to work on some type of fix, the more the future generations get fucked over. Just like I was talking about in these trials, just like trying to tell kids to do things on the straight and narrow when you have to have your hands in multiple fucking baskets growing up. It's crazy how, as a single person, especially at least in Connecticut, I'm supposed to, I can't just work one job to maintain my lifestyle. I can't just maintain a job and maintain my lifestyle. And by maintain my lifestyle, I mean have savings, go to the grocery store, have a budget for that, you know, pay my rent, paying all my bills. There's always some type of shuffle that has to happen with one job. So they're telling you have to have at least 2 jobs. Or have a partner. Have a spouse. So you can split bills with somebody. And if you honestly think that at some point it's going to get better, if these companies are going to like, you know what? Yeah, we're making enough money. You guys can just, we're not going to keep raising rates. No, they're going to keep raising rates as long as they are allowed to raise rates. There's a percentage they're allowed to raise their rates for mortgages, for phone company, for phone bills, for any bill that, any reoccurring bill, there's a certain amount that they can raise per year. Because of inflation, you know, in terms of, you know, taxation going up, business costs growing up, they are allowed to raise rates a certain amount. But they're also allowed to raise rates in emergency situations, right? Like distribution incidences, like we saw with the eggs, like we saw when they had that issue with the canal and the boat got stuck. Anytime there's a food outbreak with E. coli or some other foodborne illness, disease that gets in the food, they got to recall food. Then you see the price hike up. You know, the price of eggs have been up. But you know what's my favorite part? Go to an actual farm. If you're in a rural enough area where they have chicken farms or they have, you know, live animal farms, go there. Dollars to Donuts, they have a little store, right? There are going to be eggs that they cannot sell. Because when eggs are sold to these companies, they grade them. They grade them based off of size, color, make sure there's no blemishes. Now, for those of you who have never watched a chicken lay an egg before, there's a shit ton of eggs that come out that are either not the right size, right? Little discolored, and maybe have a speck here or there. So you think when you go to the store and you see all those egg cartons and they're these pristine white eggs, right? All universal size. I want you to think that if that is in the minority group of eggs, how funny it becomes when there's still all the other eggs. And these farms, because they can't sell it to these companies, they'll sell at their farm stands. Hey, you want 5 dozen eggs for $2? These aren't exact prices, but I'm just letting you know there are so many other ways out there. So then you ask yourself, well, why can't they sell these in stores? Because they have to get past the Food and Drug Administration in order to sell these things inside store, which means they have to be graded. And because the way we perceive the sale of food in America, people want to go for weight and profit. Weight and profit is what they usually sell things for. It's either the number of units or the weight of a unit. There are plenty of meat products that go to waste because they just aren't the size that they would want to do, because they rather sell you a per pound of meat for a price versus, hey, this is still a pork cutlet, this is still a loin, this is still, a New York strip. It's just on the smaller side. Oh, you don't want to sell that because it's not going to really make you much money. But it would taste just fine. Or, I know this is where I'm going to get a lot of people like fucking lost. Why here in America there are so many types of animals that we don't eat? I live on this hill because it annoys the fuck out of me. I live every day around people who are the most pickiest fucking eaters on the planet. Won't eat this, won't eat that, won't eat this. Oh, my McDonald's. Hate it. Why can't I get a steak? Why can't I get a horse steak in this country? Why? Because people like horses too much, and it ruins their little perception of fucking horses. We eat goat, but then I have to either go to the Middle Eastern market, or I gotta go to the halal market, or I gotta go to the Spanish market to get some actual fucking goat. Newsflash. Pigeon. And a bunch of other countries, they eat pigeons. They grow pigeons for consumption. They have their, they make sure they're healthy and all the other stuff. It's a form of protein. French has a regional dish made. You can make it with chicken, but it's made with pigeon. The original dish was made with pigeon. Bastilla, pigeon pie. Why? Because it was made in a time when getting chicken and stuff was hard to come by. And as someone who was eating pigeon, let me tell you something. Once it's covered in proper spice and been sitting there and marinated, you're not telling the difference. Down south they eat gator, frog. All right. Well, that's what's up. Why don't we eat iguana? Turtle. Like, for real talk, this is, you start talking about how we could levy our food industry is by diversifying our palate, so that way the prices would come down because people would have alternatives. Case in point, lobster used to be given to prisoners because it was thought of as such a undesirable food. Now it's probably one of the biggest hoity-toity meals on the planet. Oxtail was a cut that was traditionally served to people of lower status because it was seen as a tough, hard to cook, hard to process thing. Oxtail in the fucking supermarket now costs more than a New York strip because now it's become a delicacy. But as prices continue to go up and not come back down, but then you're not out here trying to find other avenues to make it easier for people, all you're left with is going like, well, damn, I'm kind of hit, aren't I? At a certain point, we're all going to be fucking cashed out to where we can't even afford to buy our groceries or pay our rent or anything, because they're just going to keep raising prices. I don't know how many economists have come out and been like, hey, the amount that people get paid versus the amount that people need to pay for necessities is not going at the same rate. So it eventually, and we're already quickly approaching, now you already see people don't have savings. There are more people living check to check, more people having to take out loans in order to just get by in daily stuff. Not to mention the new things that have been added to the necessity walls. A smartphone is no longer a luxury, it is considered a necessity. Why? Because every time you leave the house, you're expected to be reachable by your job, reachable through messages, in case of emergencies, you know, being able to check your finances. This is a literal tool. It is a livelihood tool, multi-purpose tool that you need to have on you. Back in the day, I could go to the store and buy, if I thought I was spending a lot of money, I would spend $100 on a phone. Get a Razor or a Sidekick or something like that, right? Get my minutes text away. Now some people are spending $1,000 to $2,000 on a smartphone. Got to get a credit check. Got to have a payment plan. And that's not even talking about the fucking paying the monthly bill. I don't know. This is the shit that always gets on my mind. I tend to go a little bit overboard with this stuff because it's like, once I get started, I'm like, it's all well and good for us to like joke around and play games and stuff like that. Like, I use it as a distraction, but at the same time, it's like, you got to think about that stuff. How many people are affected by this? Even going back to what I said in one of my previous streams about the Stop Killing Games initiative, where it's like, why if I buy Need for Speed Heat, this is technically my second time playing through it, because it's not like I really own the game. I had to own the game on my PlayStation, and now I had to own the game on Xbox. I was just lucky enough that I didn't have to pay for it on Xbox, but I couldn't transfer my account. Couldn't connect the crews back up because those were console specific, as we found out the hard way. But if I buy this game, I want to be able to play this game until I'm done playing this game. But what if it was an online only game? I'd be shit out of luck. That's one of the reasons why I do like Need for Speed. It has a offline mode play. I don't need to be online to play it. So once I own the game and I'm doing my thing, as long as I have the proper permissions, I can play this game wherever I want, whenever I want. Fortnite couldn't say the same. Think about the amount of money people have dropped into Fortnite. And if Fortnite disappeared tomorrow, without an explanation, without nothing, how many people would be out, hundreds if not thousands of dollars? Their company crashes. They don't sell the game, they keep the IPs, but they tell everyone they're turning off the servers. How many people would be shit out of luck? And it's a free-to-play game. Y'all didn't buy that game. So they really don't owe you shit. Not like you can take any of those Fortnite skins and transfer them anywhere else. They live inside that little universe. So you get stuck on these things and you start realizing, like, yo, there are people who made these decisions that didn't really think twice about them because of their greed. We all see this as a bad thing. A thing that we could easily rectify. But then there's people like, hey, that's going to cost us more money to do it. How many games have you actually played or bought that weren't worth the $60 to $80 to $100 that you might have paid for that game? I think of all the people who were complaining about the Switch 2. hey, you know, it's all well and good, the new console's here, but like, when are you gonna have more games? Hey, Donkey Kong's kind of weird. Like, it's not living up to the hype that we thought it was gonna live up to. Hey, Mario Kart, I'm a big fan of how this is playing out because your servers are so trash. When are you gonna fix all this? Oh, but you gave us an upgrade. You brought back PictoChat in an even weirder, more low resolution way. What? So, all right, well, I'm about to hit the 4-hour mark and I'm ready to pivot gears. So I'm going to call it there. It's 10 o'clock at night. Friday, I'm thinking about going live on Friday. Don't know what I'm going to play yet. It's a mixture. I could see myself doing some work frame content. I could see doing some Pokemon content. I'm going to figure it out. But you already know I'm going to be live on both Twitch and YouTube. Hopefully I don't gotta wait too much longer to get paid from this place, because at this point now it seems like I'm not gonna get paid till Sunday, and you're gonna have to pay me a lot more money on that Sunday. But hope y'all had fun. Thanks for chilling with me while I was ranting and getting my level back up. I'm not too far. I think there's a few more story missions I gotta do before it just opens up and lets me do my thing. But yeah, pretty soon I'm gonna be coming back. Go check out the Twitch if you want to see some of my racing reels dropped up there, or just other reels, because I've been trying to get more on my TikTok and stuff like that. Instagram is always just gonna be a catastrophe for me. A lot of photos, but mostly just me resharing a bunch of shit to my story that I find humorous. So if you want to see more of a look inside of my mind, IG is definitely a better place. Just don't peep the things that I tend to like. if you friend me on IG, because I usually follow people back if they follow me, unless it's clearly a bot account, in which case I'm like, yeah, you tried it. But once you start seeing the things that I like, you'd be like, this man needs to be hit with like the horny back, because it's like, listen, IG hasn't fixed itself in a long time. IG is one of those places where one day kids are gonna have to see pictures of their moms up there. Like, let's just call it what it is. Like I said, I got no problem if that's what you do. I'm a patron of the arts. So, beauty's not a beholder, and I'm beholding my phone in the bathroom. So let's just call it is what it is. Well, yeah, I'm gonna catch you all in the next one. I'm tired, and yeah, about to get faded. 420. Peace out.